Going to practice what I learned yesterday. Quiet yourself. My former choir director, Noel George Dexter of blessed memory, would say, center yourselves. Center yourselves. Laura, you know that, right? Yes. So we're going to center ourselves as we get ready to give God thanks for his blessings. And even if you don't believe in God, you have to recognize that there's something out there that is bigger and greater than you are. You're not here by chance. You are not here of your own volition either, quite frankly, because our parents decided that they were going to bring us into this world. But what we need to recognize is that we all need to be grateful. All right, so I just want you now to breathe in deeply as we go into that state of relaxation to hear the word. And we're going to breathe in the challenges, and we're going to exhale the possibilities. So when you take that breath in, leave those challenges there. And when you exhale, accept the possibilities that lie within you. So let's breathe in after 3. 1, 2, 3. We exhale, accepting those possibilities that are within us. All right, so I want to talk a little bit this morning about God's mercy. The dictionary says that mercy is the compassionate treatment of those who are in distress. And those of us who sing hymns, you sing about the grace and mercy of the Lord. And truly, there's probably no better human illustration of this kind of mercy than the one that is found in the story Jesus told of the Good Samaritan. You're familiar with the story of how, or you should be, I think we all at some point would have gone to Sunday school or even in regular school here in Jamaica. We would have heard that story of the Good Samaritan. How the man who went down the road from Jerusalem to Jericho was set upon by thieves who stripped him, wounded him, and left him half dead. And the priest and the Levite passed by him on the other side of the road, but the Samaritan had compassion on him, bound up his wounds, pouring in oil and wine, brought him to an inn, and took care of him. And when Jesus asked, which of these three do you think was the neighbor to him who fell among the thieves? He answered, he who showed mercy to him. And from this story, we understand that mercy is giving compassionate treatment to those in distress. We admire such acts of mercy. We say that mercy is a very wonderful thing, and mercy is good, and we're able to take heart when the Bible tells us that God is merciful. And I know that we have lived that, some of us here in this room. We have experienced the mercy and the grace of our Creator. And so there's a nature of God's mercy, his manifestation, and his reflection. And so as we reflect on what it is that we have come in here to do today, what we experienced yesterday, I want you to understand that mercy, grace, and compassion are present in the midst of us all. Yes, and so I want you to take that with us. Camille and I are going to sing. From the very first conference that I met Camille, every time I've gotten her into these kinds of situations, and she has never said no. So put your hands together for her. Wonderful, merciful Savior, precious Redeemer and friend, who would have thought that a lamb could rescue the souls of men? Oh, you rescue the souls of men. Counselor, comforter, keeper, spirit we long to embrace.
hopelessly lost the way. Oh, we've hopelessly lost the way. You are the one that we praise. You are the one we adore. You give the healing and grace our hearts always hunger for. Oh, our hearts always hunger for. Almighty, infinite Father, faithfully loving your own. Here in our weakness you find us, falling before your throne. Oh, we're falling before your throne. You are the one that we praise. You are the one we adore. You give the healing and grace our hearts always hunger for. Oh, our hearts always hunger for. You are the one that we praise. You are the one we adore. You give the healing and grace our hearts always hunger for. Oh, our hearts always hunger for.
And so, Lord, we come into your presence, giving you thanks for the blessings of another day. Father, you know that some of us in this room, we've had very little sleep over the last few days. But here it is that we rely on the energy that you're going to give us and the grace and the mercy that you so willingly share with us, Father. And God, there are so many things that we are getting in our lives that perhaps we can look on and say that we're not deserving of it. But God, we thank you for your grace and your mercy and your love, and for the opportunity to come into a place such as this and to fellowship with each other, to learn from each other. And then when we have ended this experience, Lord, to take what we have learned back into our organizations. And so, God, we give you thanks for every good thing that you share with us. May we honor you, Lord, by just having a good time together and being mindful of sharing your love, your grace, and your mercy with others. And we ask these blessings in and through your mighty name. Amen. All right, thank you very much, Camille. All right, so are we ready? And I'm asking if we're ready. Richard, Ian isn't here yet. Is he? No. All right, so we have not seen Ian yet. But ladies and gentlemen, we had an absolutely amazing time yesterday. If you were in the room yesterday and you agree, please let me hear you. Yes, good. All right, so while I'm waiting for the opening remarks from the CARICODE representative, what we're going to do is just do a little bit of a review of what we did yesterday. And just to focus a little bit on what it is that we're going to be doing today. So Dr. William Brendel spoke about the fact that change needs to be relevant and that OD tackles really difficult issues. And so we're talking about the organization and how it is that you develop the human capital while at the same time using the new technological tools that are available to you, in this case, artificial intelligence. And so the importance of having the emotional intelligence to guide how we use artificial intelligence is really very critical. And so AI can be used to develop reflective practice. We heard about the use of self and just being critically self-aware. So it's not just an awareness of self, but being critically self-aware. You know, yesterday, as the presentations were going on, this jumped into my mind. You are a child of the universe, no less than the stars and the skies. I don't even know if those are the words. You have a right to be here, and whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. So let me tell you something. The work is going to continue, whether you're paying it mind, yes or no. And that fantastic presentation from Jada was just a reminder that we need to embrace our young people. We need to accept, listen to me, I was sitting down and just reflecting on it. I have 2 telephones, 2 tablets, and 3 laptops. Now, can I use all of them at the same time? Not at all. Not at all. And it just goes to show that sometimes we just need to focus our energies, try to determine how it is that we're going to use the tools that are available to us, and to use the ones that are more in line with what it is that we want and the objectives. So I want you to be mindful of that as we go through the day. You might take out your phone to take a few notes. You might take out your phone to look up something on Google, right? But otherwise, I want you to pay rapt attention to what it is that the speakers are going to be saying here today, because we don't want you to miss one thing that is going on. So we heard about also the value of having courage to do what's right and the importance of being mindful. We also heard about developing the capacity to use AI while at the same time developing our emotional intelligence. And Dr. Stephanie Stern spoke about the AI-driven workplace, upskilling, adapting, and flourishing, thriving in a transformed world. So we have to be adaptive. We have to learn how to focus on what is going on around us, but at the same time, retaining our individuality. That is where your emotional intelligence is going to come in. We experienced Liz's dancing. I don't know if Liz is going to dance for us again today, but we're told that we're not to laugh at Liz. But we're also challenged to find ways in which we can use AI to enhance our business operations. Vincencio, wasn't he awesome? Yes, those of you who, that last note that he paid for Ilsa, I'm like, can he even breathe today? It was awesome. So we had a fantastic time. And by the way, the songs that he did, Jermaine Edwards' Beautiful Day and Bruno Mars' Just the Way You Are, absolutely fantastic. And then we had our session, our panel discussion. We didn't get a chance to ask the questions that we wanted to ask, but Mark did point out that perhaps if we can get the social media handles of the individuals who participated, then you can have those links with them. But he is the one who introduced that mindfulness exercise, and then Dr. Aisha continued it a little bit later on. Anika Shuttlesworth guided us through the responsible and interesting use of AI, because we have to be responsible in how we use it. And Gina Tomlinson spoke about AI-powered systems and the use of the EI feedback analysis. Dr. Thompson spoke about the importance of finding balance through emotional well-being, and he notes that the more emotionally aware we are, the easier it will be to nurture our well-being. So we need to be emotionally aware. And then the presentations rounded out with the dynamic Generation Alpha prodigy, Jada Wright. Jada is just 15 and is a second-year student at the University of Technology, Jamaica. And she reminded us that the only constant that we have in our lives is what? Is change. And so we need to embrace change. She also pointed out that every technology has the potential for both good and bad, and there will always be the fear of misuse. But she said, we are to focus on the different stages. These stages: resistance, adaptation, and acceptance. And we have to go through them. It's like when somebody dies and you go through the several stages of mourning. My brother was 26 when he passed. And I cried for 6 months straight. 6 months, every day that God sent, I was bawling. Until my child said to me, and she was 8 at the time. She said, Mommy, you have to stop crying now, because I can't hush you anymore. So she was tired of all of this bawling that I was doing. And it's as if it straightened me out. I went immediately to acceptance. That one little thing that the child said to me, Mommy, I can't hush you anymore. So you see, as we go through the different stages of our lives, my friends, we want you to focus on the good things that are happening. And yes, there are bad things. And we hear about them in the news every day. But that doesn't have to be the reality that you accept. You note it. Put it away in some part of your mind. That's not what your focus is supposed to be. It's supposed to be on the positives. Richard, I'm chatting a lot. You don't want to help me? Richard is laughing. All right, so let me just give you a sense of what is going to be happening. We first will hear from Ilsa Duvernay, founder, chairman, CEO of Carry Code, and then we'll get greetings from Dr. Casida Jones-Johnson, president of Hermage. We will have our keynote speaker, Dr. Kevin Brown. Yes, I'm very excited about that. So I don't know if, Dr. Brown, I wonder if we're going to use up, please. Okay, all right. We'll have Frank Vail, and we'll also hear from Leslie Lee Fook. He went out and he got his chicken. Did you? You get your pan chicken last night? So belly full. Are you ready? That's right. That's right. You get pork on festival too? What? Good. All right. So, of course, Leslie's coming to share his vast experience with us on AI innovations, shaping the future. What's next? We also have our concurrent workshops, and this is where you're going to break out into 3 sessions. I believe one is going to be in here, one in the room to my right. Richard, look at me, because if I'm telling the people them wrong things, I'm going to charge you. So one in the room to my right and the next one in the room to my left. Yes, so that is where the concurrent sessions. I don't know if you had already signed up for the sessions, have you? So you know where you're going. You don't know where you're going? All right, so we need to determine which session is going to be in which room. Richard is saying you should know. All right. All right, so we have A. Which is A room? Oh, so A, B, C. All right. So those of you who signed up for the session, lead like you mean it, with Mrs. Elizabeth Terry. You are going to be in that room to my right. So that is the A room. Let me see the hands of the A people. All right. So A people, you're in that room to my right. Creating centers of excellence, why EI is more critical than ever in a digital age. Dr. Luz Longsworth is coming to us with that session. She's going to be in which room? Let me see on the bright. This one. So let me see the B people. That's right. So you will remain in this room. And then navigating organizational change with empathy, acuity, and emotional agility. That presentation will be done by Dr. Kerry Wallace. And he's going to be in which room? All right, good. And who are the C people? Very good. So you know where it is that you're going a little bit later on. So when I come back to you and say we're going into the concurrent sessions, you will just make a beeline for your room. Because efficiency is the aim of today. We're going to use our time efficiently. I see some hands going up down there. Questions? Or you're just calling to each other, not even hearing me. All right, that's fine. We will have conversations as well with our booth holders. Once they come in, we'll have, I think one of them is already here, but we'll have conversations with them a little bit later on. And then we're going to have roundtable discussions. And room 1 will be Dr. Stephanie Stern, room 2, Jonia and Torsa, and room 3, Ian Williams and Dr. Alicia Aiken. Now I figure, and Richard, do we keep the rooms the same? So do we say room 1, room 2, and room 3? All right, so when we're splitting into that, that will be it. And did they choose those as well?
No, the same
The same groups. Ah, got you. So you stick with your group. So if you're in group A, when we go to the next session, you're going to go back to that room. Or they're staying in the room. But we're going to break for lunch. And then when they come back, they go back into those rooms. So we have a sense of what it is that we're going to be doing. And then we are going to be mapping the horizon, strategizing, and future-proofing with EI and AI with a very dynamic Dr. Nsambi Jaja. So that is how our day is going to go. There'll be giveaways throughout the day. And of course, as I said, we're going to be moving as efficiently as we can. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mrs. Ilse Duvernay. Put your hands together for her. Keep the applause going as Ms. Ilse comes. And notice we're matching today.
Good morning, everyone. Wow, we're here this morning. It's so wonderful. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us be glad and rejoice in it. And we're going to have a wonderful day today. You got a little taste of it yesterday, and it will escalate today. So I'd like to welcome among us Dr. Brown from the University of Technology and Mrs. Jones from the Hermage, the Human Resource Association's president. And I see distinguished guests out there and friends. Thanks for being here today. So my job is really just to welcome you all. We're happy that you were able to make Conference 2025 and to wish you a very wonderful day. Is that what I'm supposed to do, Richard? So thank you. So we'll be together today and we'll be having fun and also learning. So thanks a lot. Over to Althea. There you go.
Boy, I tell you. So you see, we're taking what Ilse is doing. She wasn't long. And trust me, there's a lot she could say. Thank you, Aunt Ilse. Put your hands together for her once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to invite Dr. Cassida Jones-Johnson, president of Hermage, to bring us greetings. Put your hands together for her, and no fenke clapping up in here.
Good morning, speakers and attendees. Can you hear me? Yes. I want to give a special good morning to our multi-talented Althea Mackenzie. Okay, firstly, on behalf of Hermage, I would like to thank Mrs. Duvernay of Carry Code and Mr. Ian Williams of Codin for inviting us to bring greetings today. As I listened yesterday to our speakers, including the ministers, I want to share something that occurred with me 6 weeks ago. I'm an executive recruiter, and we're doing a Zoom interview for a client. And the candidate was at home, I was at home, and my clients were in office. So we started the questions. The candidate answered the questions, but I was looking at the candidate, and she was very distracted. And you know, if you're going to have an interview, you have all your positioning in place, you're poised and polished, and she was all over the place. So I sent a WhatsApp to my client and said, there's something going on with this candidate. I'm going to be really watching her closely. So the technical questions were asked. She asked us to repeat the question, and then she repeated the question that we repeated. And then by the third question, again, I sent another WhatsApp to my client, and I said, something is going on. So I looked closely in the Zoom screen. Through her eyeglasses, I could see a ring light, I could see a phone, and I could see each time the question was asked, she leaned over to the phone and repeated the question. Then I saw the words coming up. Then she was reading. dub, and looking at Zoom. So I said, okay, do you know what happened to that candidate? Did we recruit her? She used AI without EI. Okay. So moving on, I read through the program and I'm impressed to see the lineup of homegrown and overseas-based professionals who have gathered to explore and discuss with you intersection between technology and human emotions. As an HR executive, I have observed the impact of AI on workplace relationships, employee engagement, retention, and overall well-being. For alignment with AI, it has become imperative to strengthen an array of technical skills, including data skills, data ethics, and governance skills. However, what we tend to call soft skills are now known as essential skills and mission-critical skills, such as adaptability, critical thinking, problem solving, communication, innovation, collaboration, and of course, emotional intelligence. It is likely that employers will need to remediate this directly, as essential skills are not generally taught in school. We now know that the Ministry of Education is looking at introducing emotional intelligence from the school space, but of course, in the meantime, the employer needs to do the work with the employees. In essence, we at Hermage have been eager in exploring how AI supports and fosters a more empathetic work environment whilst ensuring that systems accommodate fairness, transparency, and the ability to create and handle accountability through the eyes and minds of humans. As such, I am confident that at the end of this conference, you will learn about many things, and it will provide you with a platform for sharing knowledge and, of course, collaboration. Therefore, with my short speech, working together to create a future where technology enhances human connections, it is indeed, as your organizers have said, everybody's business, from the personal to the professional, as you heard earlier about my candidate, and by extension, the wider society. So I'm only left to wish you an excellent rest of day as it relates to this conference. Thank you.
We thank very much Dr. Cassida Jones-Johnson, President of Hermage, and of course, there are lots of lessons to be learned. By the way, she's one of the individuals with whom you should network while you are here. And I know Hermage has courses that they do all the time, so if you're interested, please feel free to speak with her. Put your hands together for her once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving swiftly along. I'm loving it. You all got the memo? Yes. By the way, before we move to the next session, there were some people who left before we extended an apology yesterday. Because yesterday, I know that some of you would have been left with a little bit of taste in your mouth. Because we started late. It was not our doing. We should have had access to the room at 2 in the morning. We were not able to get in here until after 6 in the morning. And for us to be able to pull that together and start a conference at 8:30, it did pose some challenges. And so a lot of the time that should have been spent laying out your IDs on the tables and that sort of thing was actually spent getting the room together for us to start. So we do apologize for that. That is not the carry code or the CODN way. Had we gotten the room earlier, we would have been in a better position. So I thank you for your understanding. And for those people who came across and said to us, what has happened? We appreciate the fact that you did that. And then we're able now to extend that apology. So thank you so very much for your kindness and for your understanding. And I expect to see all of you at the next CODN Carry Code conference because you understand how it go, right? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Marjorinita to introduce our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is Dr. Kevin Brown, and he is the president of the University of Technology, Jamaica. He's coming to us today to talk about the future of human and AI collaboration, enhancing human connection in an automated world. Put your hands together for Marjorie. I'm going to leave the stage because I have to hear what he has to say as well.
Morning, everyone. Dr. Kevin Brown was appointed the 5th president of the University of Technology, Jamaica, for a period of 5 years with effect from September 11, 2023. Dr. Brown has been a trailblazer in academia and aerospace industry for over 18 years. He's a technical expert in complex and integrated aerospace structural system design, and a thought leader in transport systems, engineering material, and numerical computational analysis. In his most recent role, he has served as technology project leader for the Civil Aerospace Technology and Future programs at Rolls-Royce, a leading global aerospace company and provider of jet engines for commercial and defense aircrafts with over 44,000 employees worldwide. He joined Rolls-Royce in 2013 and has held a number of technical and management roles with responsibility for strategic planning, financial management, and leadership of global teams across the Rolls-Royce aerospace business, including new product introduction, research and technology, future programs, and aftermarket service. Prior to joining Rolls-Royce, he was a research fellow in the Faculty of Engineering at the University of Nottingham for 5 years, where he led world-class research on developing novel composite material and structures, including numerical computational models and undertaking complex experimental processes. He has authored and won multi-million-pound research grant proposal and has published 22 peer-reviewed journals, articles, and conference papers. Dr. Brown has also taught and supervised many undergraduates, postgraduate, and doctoral students, completed several consultancy assignments and major British and international companies. He's a member of several professional institutions, including the Institute of Mechanical Engineers. Born and raised in Jamaica, Dr. Brown is an alumnus of UTech, where he completed a diploma honors in mechanical engineering, majoring in production in 2000. He was president of the Students' Union. He received a scholarship from Ford Motor Company and earned a master's degree and PhD in mechanical engineering from the University of Nottingham. Dr. Brown is the recipient of several awards for achievement in scholarship, academia, and community service, with the most recent being a Rolls-Royce Recognition Award and the Sons of the Father Men's Movement Award for services to Jamaica diaspora. He's a qualified England Cricket Board, ECB, cricket coach, and an English Football Association, FA, football coach. Dr. Brown is married with 2 children.
Good morning. Now, should I call you all carry coders? You know? All right, I won't give you that dubious title, but I thought I'd do a little spin on the Curry Code Conference. It's such a pleasure to be here this morning. And being the first speaker, I guess I'm here to warm you up, right? And prepare you for the other presentations to follow. But let me just thank our Master of Ceremonies, Mrs. Althea Mackenzie. When she broke out into song, I said, well, we have some serious talent here. And I was looking forward to a really good performance. She kind of held back a bit there. Maybe next time, Mrs. Mackenzie, you'll go into full flow, right? No, we don't want you to sing? Okay. All right. But it's a pleasure to meet you. And let me also acknowledge Miss Ilse DeVerney, chair. I have it written here, chairman, but I said, no, let me scratch out the man. Has to be gender neutral, right? We're still working on this gender neutral world. So she's the chair of and CEO of Curry Code. Other members of the Curry Code leadership team, I think I've met Richard today, always smiling, very enthusiastic. So I like Richard's energy. I also met Dr. Cassida Johnson from her Marge, and other members of the team. I see my friend Dr. Kerry Wallace is on the agenda today. Kerry is a good speaker, so whoever's attending his session, I'm sure you'll be in for a treat today. He's the Executive Director of Tourism Enhancement Fund, or TEF. Other conference presenters, the many conference delegates I see here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, good morning again. Now, I see I'm here for day 2. Day 1, I saw you on the agenda, you met our young prodigy, Jada Wright. Very impressive young lady, right? And I keep saying every time I get the opportunity to speak that Jamaica does not have a brain talent problem. What Jamaica lacks is opportunity. Because there is a risk, ladies and gentlemen, that the same Jada that you saw yesterday and you were so impressed by may not stay in this country. And so after 4 years at UTech, we may be speaking of Jada being overseas. That is the risk. And that talent will be lost. So this is the challenge for us. Whoever is here as business leaders, as politicians, as public sector workers, how do we keep this tremendous brain talent in Jamaica? We're here talking about artificial intelligence, but I have greater concerns. And I will talk about artificial intelligence because I've been instructed to do so. But I want to signal my concern about the loss of brain power. You heard my profile earlier. Most of that profile was achieved outside of Jamaica. I spent 23 years, over 2 decades in the cold in the UK, working for one of the world's largest aerospace companies. But I really wish that opportunity was here. I really wish I didn't have to leave the sunshine. You know, I've spent the last 18 months thawing out. I think I'm almost there. I can feel my fingers now and my toes. It's cold in England. I would have really loved to have been here, but still having the same opportunity. Same opportunity. So that is the challenge. When we talk about growth, it must be growth that generates these opportunities to keep our brain power here. That's the challenge. And it's not just a challenge for Jamaica. It's a challenge for CARICOM. It's a challenge for our CARICOM leaders to look and say, how do we keep them here? Look at what's happening up north. So if we don't wake up in this era, when are we going to wake up? Look at what's happening next door. Next door is now saying that even someone like Jada, she might be of the wrong nationality, So we might not want to have her in the north. So we have to wake up. It's about self-empowerment. And Jamaica cannot do it on its own. It's going to take CARICOM to say, as Caribbean nations, how are we going to pull together? How are we going to link up with our African brothers and sisters from where we came? Because I hope that I'm talking to a Jamaica that is more aware of our roots and is more proud of our African history and the blood that runs through our veins. So we have a continent that has all the resources that everyone wants. It's ours. We have the brain power. What is stopping us? What's stopping us? Confidence. Confidence in self. A lack of focus. External interference. But we're going to have to overcome all of the above. We're going to have to believe in ourselves that we can generate all this innovation. Here we are talking about AI. As consumers of AI. Where is Jamaica's DeepSeek? Where is Jamaica's ChatGPT? And if Jamaica cannot do it on its own, where is CARICOM's AI that we have indigenously developed? Where is it? How long will we continue to say, okay, here is AI, but we will be the consumers of it? And when those who have created it said, well, sorry, you can't have it anymore, then what happens to us? These are the questions that I am interested in answering. So we're going to spend 2 days at this conference being in awe of AI. But I want to know who in Jamaica, which institution is creating AI. Which institution is going to put out there that we have our own AI tool. We have to create our own DeepSeek, and believe you me, the talent is here. The same Jada Wright that was here can do it. But who is going to fund her? Is the government going to create the innovation fund to fund her and other talented faculty members at UTech to go and create our own DeepSeek? Who is going to invest in our talent? Or a government or a private sector going to continue to say, let us go overseas. Let us go and find someone to do it for us. Let us go and buy it from overseas. How long will we continue these behaviors? I want to come to CARICOM and we should be launching our own AI tool, our own DeepSeek. It should be on world news. Jamaica creates its own AI tool. Jamaica invested millions, if that's what's required, and it's ours. That's the future that has to be the future. Or else we will stagnate. We will continue to say 5 more years of low growth, no growth. 5 more years of being known just for tourism. 5 more years of just being known for reggae music. 5 more years of watching Jada Wright, the 15-year-old that you're all amazed by, leave this country and go and produce technology for other people that you will then turn around and consume. These are the conversations we have to have. In this room, we have human resource professionals who are going to want to look at AI tools. Who are you buying that AI tool from? Who is going to create it for you? Is that AI tool fit for Jamaica? Does it understand Jamaican culture? Does it understand Jamaican languages? Some of these AI tools, do you remember when they were just being developed, these facial recognition tools? You put a black person in front of them, it just confused because it was trained on other people. So when I talk about developing our own tools, it's serious because people are developing the tools for themselves And then we become an afterthought. Oh, yes, we have black people. Maybe they should be part of this facial recognition innovation. So we become an afterthought. Oh, we need to put them in there. So we are living in a time of opportunity, but it's also a time of challenge and a time where once again, to my frustration, our country perhaps will be left behind. Our country will just be left to consume. And hope, by the way, because again, look to the north. Hope that other people will allow us access. You see, these are assumptions, you know. You're assuming that everything we hear about in this conference, all these AI tools, someone will say, yeah, okay, let's give Jamaica some access. And maybe we might give them some of the access, but they might not. You can take this section, Jamaica, but we're keeping the rest for ourselves. And what will Jamaica do when they lose competitive advantage because somebody says that this is all we're giving Jamaica? And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, when I lived in the UK for over 2 decades, you know who was the biggest funder of innovation? You know who was pumping money into universities? And the same obtains in Europe, and the same obtains in America. You know who was the biggest funder? You know who thought that our value proposition to the world is innovation? The governments. Government of Britain. Do you see the big monies now that a president in the north is withholding from universities? Did you know that these universities were getting such amounts of money from government? That government is now saying, sorry, if you don't comply with whatever, we're withholding it. Did you know that these big universities were getting billions? You're seeing it now. Government, when I was in Britain, it was government who felt that our value proposition to the world, our advantage, our economic advantage is in innovation, is going around the world and saying, we are the leaders in technology. If you want it, come here. So they poured billions of taxpayers' money into innovation. Now, the first thing you will say to me is that Jamaica is a poor, small island. But I say to you back, we spend on what we think is important. We spend on what we think is important. So if one government can say that it is important to be leaders in innovation, they spend. So let me give you some insight into what really happens and how we get these innovations. Some of you may think that, well, the innovation comes from the private sector, and that may be the case. But think about it. Most investors want a return on their investment. And so when you come to them with an idea, and it is too early for the investor to say, yes, I can see where I'm going to make back my money. Who do you think is funding these early stage crazy ideas in Britain and in America? The government. Who funded me when I was doing research at the University of Nottingham? The government. And then when I went to Rolls-Royce and we were doing research on engines of the future, and I had to write to the government for funding. This is Rolls-Royce, a private company, saying that we are going to the government to ask for funding because this idea is so early that we're not going to put our money there. So of the £1 billion budget that the company had, a significant amount of it came from the government. So here we are in Jamaica thinking, oh, it's the private sector who has to do these things. Does Jamaica produce a jet engine? But for Britain, they see it as a strategic position to be a country that can produce a jet engine. So the government spends on what they think is important. If we turn to China, you've all heard about the Chinese government and the way they have developed their economy. And that the government is there intrinsically in everything. But look at China. And how this thing works, is that after the government comes in and puts some money in the early stage, and the early stage becomes more promising, then the private sector comes in and says, okay, we have something here now. So the private sector comes in and becomes the face. So we in Jamaica think, oh, it's the private sector that's driving these things. No. Who is Elon Musk's biggest funder? Who is Elon Musk's biggest funder? Who is his biggest customer? The government. So I'm making the point that is the government of Jamaica saying all the right things? Yes. But rhetoric is not going to get us there. Last year, our Prime Minister came to the University of Technology, and during a STEM conference, he declared Jamaica a STEM island. Now, what the Prime Minister did was he was signaling a vision. He said, look, Jamaica is going in this direction. And I can understand, I'm in leadership, and one thing about leaders is that you have to give people a destination. Where are you going? That's what leaders are supposed to do. So the Prime Minister came, and being the number one leader in the country, he said, this is the vision. We are going to be a STEM island. What I haven't seen, or at least perhaps in the detail, is how we're going to fund it. Now, I don't want to be ignorant of Jamaica's financial challenges. They are real. They are real. I don't want to be ignorant of them. They are real. But we're going to have to create a plan. We're going to have to look at our budgetary expenditures. And we're going to have to really focus on how are we going to achieve this. How really are we going to do this? With government support and private sector support, how are we going to really get there? And we're going to have to do it very quickly. Now, there are some developments that are promising. One, we have the All Under Partisan Report that speaks to the need, the urgent need to reform our education system. You see, you're looking at Jada, but Jada is an exception of exceptions. Because only 18% of students leaving high school in this country achieve 5 CSECs, and the minimum to get into UTech is 5 CSEC. And 85% of students are not selecting STEM subjects. Only 27% of students who leave high school enter a tertiary institution. 2/3 of them do not have the pleasure of attending UTech, UE, CMU, and others. So we have to do what? We have to get the education ecosystem STEM enabled, STEM ready. We have to ensure the teachers can teach STEM in a way that appeals to students. We have to improve the infrastructure in our schools. So I don't begrudge the government in terms of the tasks that they have in front of them. Because when I talk about spending it is going to require a lot of investment. Investment in upgrading our schools, for starters. Because where are we going to get all these STEM professionals? They're going to have to come through the school system. And we might not have the advantage that other countries up north and Europe have, which is that they take our best minds, immigrants, that they claim they have a problem with. They take our best minds from wherever they can get them because of their commitment to innovation. It's not that Britain necessarily is overwhelmed by indigenous STEM talent. It's just that because of how the world operates, they can attract the best minds. Remember, when I was there for 23 years, using my mind to develop their innovation, their products. And there are many Jamaicans, talented Jamaicans, who have migrated to do that. So even after you produce the STEM talent, do you keep them? No. 80% of Jamaicans who have a degree of any sort, STEM and otherwise, leave the country. Did you know that? That's the data. I was in that data. I've only been back for 18 months. So even when Jamaica produces the little talent, because remember now we started with 18%. The national target, by the way, for 5 or more CSEC passes is 60%. So we're way off the target. But even when you produce that high and mighty talent, they leave. Some leave at the high school level. Go and ask all these schools that we keep hearing about. These top schools in court. Where do their students go? Because first of all, they're thinking about going up north. Then they might consider UTech or UE. So in parallel to doing CSEC and CAPE, they're doing what? SATs. And they're doing that because they're seeking opportunity. Jamaicans are some of the most ambitious people I know. So if the opportunity is here, they'll stay. So let's go back to the building blocks then. So we were speaking about education. I hope after you hear the data there, you will recognize and accept that the education system needs a lot of support. And it has to be an ecosystem. We start with early childhood. Then we have primary and high school. When you step into these schools, all schools have to be STEM schools. The government is building 6 STEAM schools. Great. I support the idea. But at the same time, upgrade all schools. All schools. Upgrade all teachers. And recently I was speaking at Michael, and I said that perhaps if we are going to be a STEM island, then the STEM teachers might have to be paid more. The STEM teachers might have to be incentivized more. You may have to give a math teacher a signing on bonus to say thank you for signing on as a teacher, as a math teacher. And it may create some differentiation in teaching, but how else are you going to keep them if you're determined to have a STEM island? How else are you going to keep the teachers here? Teachers should be some of the highest paid professions in this country. When I was growing up as a boy, we all accepted that the doctors were well paid, right? In fact, when I was in rural Jamaica in Grange Hill, the doctor was well known because he was the only one with a big satellite dish in his yard. He was the only one who drove a BMW. Remember, no? Our children don't know what a big satellite dish look like because they're now streaming on the internet. But in our time, my time, let me speak for myself. If you wanted cable TV or any sort of international access, you had to put a big satellite dish in your yard. That's why when Gilbert came, how many people lost their satellite dish? How many people lost their satellite dish? The satellite dish sail off, right? And there was a song. Water coming in, I can't sing, but you know the song. The little dog. All right, don't let me get me started. I'm a child of well, I won't even say what era. But you guys remember Gilbert, so you know. So they lost their satellite dish. We in Jamaica accepted that the doctor deserved every penny they got paid. Nobody begrudged the doctor. The doctor lived next door to me. I did my little thing, and the doctor next door with him big dish and him BMW. Every Jamaican were pleased to see the doctor be fully compensated. And I also remember at Jamaica where teachers were what? Respected. Even though the pay wasn't good. A teacher, wherever they walked, wherever they were present, was like a reverend. Was like a reverend. We respected teachers. They commanded this aura. That is gone now, no. This generation don't know that. But if we can accept as a country that you must pay doctors and pay them well, because we accept that, no one in this room, I think, would dispute it, because when you're sick, you want someone to help you. But I'm saying to you that the teacher is no less. I'm saying to you that everything starts with the teacher. And if you reflect on it, outside of your parents, who have you spent the most time with in your life as a child? The teacher. Mommy shuffle you to school at 8 o'clock, pick you back up at 4 p.m. maybe, and that is your life cycle, right through from age 4 to about 16 or 18. You are in the hands of the school the whole time. The teacher is the parent and should be paid handsomely. Should be highly qualified, highly trained, and highly compensated. So once you have the teacher, then you have to upgrade the infrastructure. Your kindergarten child should walk into kindergarten school, and when you walk inside there, it's only smart boards. And your child should be only using the computer and be taught programming. There's something called block coding. Ever heard of it? Block coding. So your child can be taught to code by just dragging blocks into logical sequence. And that logical sequence in that block coding to them, which is just a graphic, becomes Python coding as they get older. Not all of them will become coding, but they must be exposed to it. Not all of them will become software engineers, but they must be exposed to it. Because when you give your child your phone, how many of you wonder how this pitney find out the game, where to go and find a game? None of us as parents have ever showed our children how to find a game. You give them the phone and somehow them come back telling you that, oh, there's a game on here. None of us. So our children are figuring it out. But it must now be in the school system. What we are doing is that we have a culture of the big exam. So we focus on PEP, and we push them through that. And they get into high school, and then we focus on CSEC and CAPE. But are we ensuring that they're learning? And are they future-proof? Is PEP future-proof? Are the CSECs that they take in future-proof? When they leave, are they future-ready? There are HR professionals inside here. You're talking about AI. So are we exposing these children to AI in the curriculum? Yes, they pass, but pass and? So the curriculum has to be looked at. So what up? So let's recap. Teachers, school infrastructure, curriculum. You have to bring that all together. And then once you get the education system right, and by the way, it has to go all the way up to the top. So now you have to look at UTech and UE and others and say, okay, what are we going to do with our universities? What are we going to do with how we ensure that those who enter our universities are at the top of their game? Is UTech ready? Is UTech fully funded? Is UTech going to be the MIT of the Caribbean? Just checking that I'm on time. It's a serious question. So let me go back to my world examples, because I know sometimes, unless I can show you the foreign thing, you're not interested. So let's go to foreign. Yeah, man, let's talk about foreign. I was in foreign for 20 years. I can tell about foreign. We know all the top universities, right? When I say MIT, even a 4-year-old says, yeah, man, I hear about MIT. Don't know what they do over there, but everybody say MIT is the best thing. But let me start by asking a question. What is Jamaica known for? Reggae, food, tourism, athletics. I don't hear anyone say AI. I don't hear anyone say technology. I hearing herbs and all sorts of stuff. But I don't hear technology. I don't hear UTech. Is Jamaica known for UTech? Is Jamaica known for having the #1 technology university in the Caribbean? Back in the day, the world knew. Well, we knew about CAST. I'm not sure if the world knew about CAST, but we know about CAST. But that's the challenge. So if I mention to you MIT, you will say, yeah, the world knows about MIT in up north. If I say to you Imperial College, which is a very good STEM university, a top-rated STEM university in the UK, and then I'm not even going to mention Oxford and Cambridge, right? And there are other universities in other jurisdictions that I could call that you say, yeah, I've heard of them. And then you might be saying, but that's unfair, right? Why am I talking about these big countries? So let me go to a country that is as small as the parish of St. Thomas. So you can, you don't think I'm being unfair to Jamaica. Singapore is the size of St. Thomas. Thought we were small? All right. And Singapore has several institutions. But how does a country the size of St. Thomas have 2 universities, not one, 2 universities in the top 40 in the world? How? Let me repeat that because you may have missed it. A country the size of St. Thomas, we're bigger, has 2 universities in the top 40 in the world. Not talking about in Asia where they are. Globally, the National University of Singapore, top 20. Nanyang Technological University, which would be the equivalent of our UTech, top 40. How? So you know what happens when you have such institution and recognition? Remember that they don't have reggae, athletics, food, tourism. But you know what happens? When you have that as a stereotype, as a culture, as something you recognize globally, companies, technology companies will set up shop in your country. So let me give you an example. The same Rolls Royce you heard them talk about when I was being introduced, decided to set up a manufacturing plant in Singapore. It was the first time we were setting up a big jet manufacturing plant in Asia. And we chose St. Thomas. Wouldn't it be nice if they did? That's really what I really wish that's what I was saying to you, and it was true. That Rolls-Royce was building big jets in St. Thomas. But they were building them in Singapore. The reason why we did that, because I was there, is because we felt confident based on Singapore being known for their good economy, but also because we felt we could get the STEM talent produced by their world-class universities. We felt confident that we could go there and open up a manufacturing plant. Then we went to India and we employed 500 Indian engineers in India. Why? Because India has the world-renowned institutes of technology, IITs. So you see, if you have the building blocks, they'll come. They'll come. If UTech was known, if UTech was globally ranked, how many investors would say, yes, I feel like I could go to Jamaica with these technical jobs? I feel I have the confidence to go down there, and it won't just be reggae. It won't just be athletics. I feel I could bring some real scientific jobs down there, because their universities are going bad. But it takes government investment. Singapore does not have 2 universities in the top 40 without government support. It does not have it without government support, financially and otherwise. And I'll end by saying this, because I want to keep on time. Singapore, for example, has a diaspora return program. So for their universities, the government has a program which is central. It's not in the universities, a government-run program to say, if you are Singaporean and you are an academic of higher claim and you're overseas, come home. Where's our program? Who is calling home our biggest and brightest talents to our institutions? Is it happening by accident, or are we being deliberate? Because this is how you're going to transform our universities, you know. So Singapore is a program. Singapore has a National Science Foundation. They just copy what they see in America. And they put money into it, so this funds research, because that's how you get globally rated. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to see, and I know you asked me to come about and talk about AI. Don't worry, you're going to get it AI from the next speaker. Yeah, man, you're going to... I looked at what you asked him to talk about, and I said, you know what? He's the AI guy. So he is coming next. Because... yeah, man, don't worry. I see the time, so you don't, but thanks for the reminder. He's the AI guy. And I might have to apologize to my team because they wrote me a nice AI speech. But I decided to speak from my heart. Because I want what you want. Which is to go around and bossy and talk about Jamaica as a STEM island in the truest sense of the word, not just rhetoric. I want what you want, that when you come to carry code, You're hearing people launching their own AI tools that we developed right here. I don't know, call it what, Jamaica Seek or whatever. Jam Seek. That's what we want. So I hope that we will achieve it. But not only is it a hope, we have the talent to achieve it. And with political will, with political focus, with political determination, we will get there. We have the talent, and I want to keep Jada right in this country. And I hope we will do that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank very much Dr. Kevin Brown, the president of the University of Technology. And I can't say I thank him for the future of human and AI collaboration, because that is not what he spoke about. But certainly we have been challenged in here this morning to look beyond where it is that we are today and to look ahead to a future that focuses on what the world is demanding. We have to become more competitive, and it is going to take all of us working together to make that happen. So we thank you, sir, for the challenge. And by the way, I wouldn't have done more with the singing this morning, because had I done that, we'd have had a concert instead of the conference. And you want your conference, right? That's right. Next concert is for another time. And speaking of which, the University Singers of the West Indies, we will have our concert season from June 1 to 29 on the campus of the UWI. So, sir, you can come out and join us. And I make a deal with you. If you teach me how to do something in technology, I'll teach you how to sing. All right, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Stephanie Stern now to say thank you formally to Dr. Brown.
Let's hear it again for Dr. Brown. Let's hear it for UTech graduates in the room. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Brown, for waking us up with your truths this morning. We are connected to what you have said. The teachers need more money. Who says that's true? Yes. Respect needs to get back in the profession. Yes. And what else did we learn this morning? We heard about the Singapore connection. We're not going to be migrating to Singapore now, are we? No. Thank you, Dr. Brown. It was indeed a pleasure to have you. We certainly appreciate you being here with us this morning, because we know you have so much more on your plate to do. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
While Stephanie and Dr. Brown pose and vogue, I must share with this team what happened on Monday this week. A team of us, including Ilse Duvernay, went to UTech on a courtesy call as part of our celebration of the OD Transformation Week. And let me tell you something. Dr. Brown had assembled a team of his best in that room to talk with us about AI and EI. And let me tell you, it was one of the most awesome experiences I have ever had. And it wasn't from an intellectual perspective. It was real. And I am so very honored to be a part of this country. You notice me coming on my colors? I am so proud that I could have been in that room with these persons speaking, and the perspectives were real. And I do believe that our future in this country, it's going to be great, because we have some great people who are heading universities right now who knows what it takes to move us from where we are to where we ought to be. And so I want to say to Dr. Brown, beg your pardon, big up yourself, sir. And the team at University of Technology, by the way, I went to UTech, yeah? Just so you know. Let's put our hands together again for Dr. Brown and his team at the University of Technology. Thank you so very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together once again for Richard Rowe. All right, so just want to remind you, and I had shared the information yesterday about this whole issue of self-care elevated. At Spa Blue, they say they're dedicated to promoting well-being and self-care through their exceptional spa services, and they believe that a holistic approach to wellness can significantly enhance an individual's productivity, happiness, and overall quality of life. And they have two locations, one in Mandeville, the other in Kingston. I'll give you more information on that a little bit later on. Please allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to acknowledge our sponsors and partners: JPS 101, National Housing Trust, Sandals. Yes, you can cheer for your team. Island Car Rentals, 2020 Innovation, Heart NSTA Trust, the Jamaica Customer Service Association, the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, Unicoma Group, Royal Computers, InfoServe, Pat Battle and Associates, Strategy Associates Incorporated, and The Gleaner. A member of the RGR Gleaner Communications Group. Just had to throw that in. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, certainly lots more for us to do. I don't think we're doing too badly in terms of time. We're not where we want to be, but we're going to try to see how best we can create some pockets where we can pull back and get back on track. We're going to be moving now to a video presentation, and our presenter is Frank Vole. Frank is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Strategy Associates and a series editor, as well as an author of more than 20 books covering the subjects of quality management, human resource management, and logistics. As the former Chief Operating Officer and Founding General Manager of FPL's Qualtech Quality Services, he has been a counselor, advisor to business and industry since 1985, both in the public and the private sector. He is one of the original designers of the FPL Quality Management System, which became the basis for the Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award, and has assisted hundreds of organizations with their quality performance management and measurement systems efforts over the past 20 years. He has worked extensively in both Eastern and Western Europe, South America, and the Caribbean region. His academic background is in industrial engineering, math, philosophy, and law. And he is going to be presenting Lean Thinking in OD with Appreciative Inquiry. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the screen as we welcome Frank Vole.
Okay, good evening, everyone, or good day, everyone. Subject of my brief presentation this morning will be Lean Thinking, Organizational Development with Appreciative Inquiry. And let me begin by just giving a brief definition of organizational development. A planned organization-wide effort to increase an organization's effectiveness. So that's really one of the keys here, is focusing in on organizational effectiveness and or efficiency, the use of resources, in other words, through the application of behavioral science tools. So that's the source there is Richard Becker's 1969 Organizational Development Handbook, Strategies and Models. Okay, so let me begin with the 5 principles of lean, and then we'll move over to the organizational development side of it. Principle number 1 of lean and lean thinking is to specify value. And we want to do that through the eyes of the customer value. Second principle of lean is identifying the value stream. So once we specify value in the eyes of the customer, then we look at it through the stream, the value stream, or the flow, which is making value flow. That's the third principle. The fourth principle is let the customer pull the value. So one of the basics of lean thinking is at the pull of the customer. And the customer needs to be the one that pulls the value. And then the fifth principle of lean is seeking perfection. Okay, so basically we're talking about here 3 generations of Lean Six Sigma. Okay, the first generation is the classic lean thinking with Six Sigma, as many organizations still work with it at this moment today. Many organizations in Jamaica, many organizations in the Caribbean Basin, many organizations in the U.S. and Canada, and also in Europe, is the classical thinking of lean with Six Sigma. And that is delivering more value to the customers by identifying and eliminating the 3 things: waste, defects, and bottlenecks. So those are the 3 areas that basically the first generation of classical lean thinking with Six Sigma is focused on. Okay. The second generation is strength-based, based on lean thinking, which adds a new perspective that focuses on what is wanted and what is already working. And this is where appreciative inquiry comes in. Identifying where value, perfection, and flow already exist, and then using them to deliver more value and efficiency. So in the second generation approach, strength-based approaches to change like appreciative inquiry, solution focus, and positive deviance are combined with Lean Six Sigma thinking. So we're no longer just focusing on lean thinking with Six Sigma, but now we're blending in appreciative inquiry and solution focus. And this is developing right now, not only across the United States and across the Caribbean Basin, but also in Europe. This is where we are right now, okay? The third generation is at a glance into the future with what I call full spectrum AI, appreciative inquiry. In addition to the ideas from the second generation that I just covered, this generation fully integrates the full spectrum of existing personal strengths, passions, values, purposes, and personal flow, as defined here by positive psychology, and emotional intelligence. So let me cover that one more time. We're adding to the second generation, this third generation, which integrates this full spectrum of existing personal strength. That's the key. Passions, values, purposes, and personal flow. Okay, so AI, appreciative inquiry, and lean thinking starts with choosing an appreciative focus of inquiry. So we need to be clear on what our focus of the inquiry is, and then collecting experiences appreciatively. So we collect them from a positive and negative approach, and then sharing and mapping appreciative experiences. That's the third prong here of appreciative conversations. The fourth is exchanging stories about the preferred future. It's very important, exchanging the stories. being clear on what the story is, and then exploring new paths to the preferred future. So the new pathways are the key to this. And the lean mindset involved in appreciative thinking is defined by values, it's guided by principles, and then it's manifested through many different practices. Practitioners select the practices based on their needs, and this is where appreciative inquiry comes in. So, appreciative inquiry and Lean Six Sigma thinking, I've got 4 slides here that cover that. One is Lean Six Sigma thinking is an operational excellence mindset that focuses on delivering value to customers. How? By removing waste from the processes. So waste is automatically, over time, accumulated and built into all the work processes that we're involved in our organizations. And we have to remove the waste just like we would remove cataracts if we were having an eye operation. And we have to remove the waste, and learning to see is one of the keys of lean thinking. So Lean Six Sigma emphasizes the importance of value, flow, and continuous improvement. That's the trilogy. It emphasizes the importance of, first of all, value. What kind of value? Through the eyes of the customer value. The flow, that's the internal piece, how work flows through the organization, and continuous improvement, never-ending improvement. And then it is based on the assumption that there's a theoretical perfect state for each organizational process. And that current state deviates from the perfect state due to what? Inefficiencies and waste. So we're looking for that, although we'll never achieve it necessarily, that theoretical perfect state within the organization. Okay? Strengths-based lean thinking shifts the focus to co-constructing a vision that is based on our positive core, and that's where appreciative inquiry comes in. The positive core vision. It can make process improvement engaging, creative, and resourceful because it works with what gives life. What kind of life? Well, life to people. We breathe new life into them and challenge their creativity. We give life to organizations, and we thirdly give life to the processes that flow within the organizations. So there's a little diagram here of processes before lean. They're all mixed up. They're all over the place. We go from 1 to 2, and then we cross back to 3. Then we go to 4. We loop around to 5, and then 6. There's chaos in most organizational flows. The process after lean is we go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Very simplistic, very straightforward, and very clean. Okay, the principles involved here. Remember, we have principles, not only a mindset, but principles. Is strength-based lean thinking, that's where AI comes in, is based on an assumption that there's a theoretical perfect state for each of our organizational processes. That the current state deviates from the perfect state. Why? Due to inefficiencies and waste. The muda, the sludge, the stuff that things go wrong with. An appreciative and strengths-based approach to lean thinking can make process improvement engaging, it can make it creative, and it makes it resourceful because it works with what gives life, as I said earlier, to people, to organizations, and to their processes. So it's life-giving. Lean thinking and appreciative inquiry. The 4th slide here talks about appreciative inquiry uncovering successful past experiences. So first of all, we have to dig for them. We have to uncover them. We have to understand them. What's the successful past experiences? What made them successful? Then we need appreciative inquiry helps us to amplify them, to make them larger and more forceful, and then enables them to be replicated or built upon. So they're not just standalone. We can build upon them area to area. Appreciative inquiry also helps create a shared vision of where everyone in the organization collectively wants to go, as well as ideas of how to get there. So not only where we want to go, but as importantly, how are we going to make that happen? How are we going to get there? We have this transformation model in this particular slide that covers the 6 elements of, from an OD perspective, of starting with the environment. We need to start with the transformation strategy, and then we focus on the core processes. We also look to the structure. So how's our work structured? How's the job designs structured around the core processes? Then what systems make it happen? And then finally, it blends up to the culture of the organization. We have to change the culture and transform it. And it's all driven by leadership. Leadership is the key. Okay, common transformation tools. Well, we have the 8 ways checklist. We have the 5 whys approach. Been using that very successfully. We have the 5S approach with spaghetti diagrams. We have process mapping. And we have the 5-step appreciative inquiry transformation model. So those are the basic transformation tools. There's a 5-step AI lean thinking transformation model, has 5 questions or 5 steps. Okay, the first step or question is, what's the purpose of the transformation? And what type of value are we providing or want to provide? So it starts with value and customer value. Then the key question number 2 is, are we improving the actual work? Is it filtering down to the way work is being done? Are we building capability? Are we transforming our organizations and improving the capability? And then if we answer those first 3, the 4th question is, what leadership behaviors and management systems are required to support this new way of working? So leaders also need to learn new techniques, and that's where appreciative inquiry comes in, helps us with that. And then what basic thinking, mindset, or assumptions comprise the existing culture? So culture needs to change, and what's driving this AI transformation? Okay, then summing it all up, in conclusion, let's explore this question. Can lean thinking be merged with appreciative inquiry principles, appreciative inquiry thinking, and appreciative inquiry practices with its clear, strengths-focused approach to problem solving? That's what makes it wonderful and embraceable. It's clear, it's focused on strengths. It's a strengths-focused approach to problem solving. Our experience is showing us that it certainly can be done, and that in doing so, our results have exceeded expectations, as we found with Caracode and the OD transformation model. And motivation for improvement has usually increased. And that concludes the end of our brief presentation here. For more information, please contact Ilse DeVerney of Caracode and Charmaine Graves-Endy, and they'll be happy to help you and make this PowerPoint deck available to you. Thank you very much for your time.
And we thank Frank Vole. I'm sure that has been very useful. One of the things that jumped out at me as I listened to Frank on that presentation, and we haven't spoken about Lean Six Sigma much throughout this conference. As I sat there and I listened, I realized that there is a Correlation between Lean Six Sigma and what it is that we're doing here. And here is the correlation. The lean in Lean Six Sigma focuses on eliminating waste and improving the flow of value in a process. All right? It seeks to identify and remove non-value added activities that consume resources without contributing to the customer's perspective. The Six Sigma focuses on reducing variation and defects in a process, aiming for near perfection. It uses statistical methods and data analysis to understand and control process variation. It is not by accident that we're talking EI and AI, because in that lean, I get the EI. And in that Six Sigma, what do we get? The AI. The AI. All right. Are you ready? Are you ready? Listen to me. I'm going to ask you to stand because you've got to be ready for this. You have to stretch and warm up for this. Please stand. You think it's joke I'm making? You seem to think I'm joking. This is the before the break session. And believe you me, you're going to expend a lot of energy for this next session. So you're going to need the break when we're done with this session. You know, in primary school, when the teacher said, put up your hands, stretch them way up to heaven. Everybody. 2 hands. Put them up. That's right. And, oh, you know the next move. Yes, man. You're going to... Yes, that's right, that's right, that's right. And move forward now. And shake out your legs because that is going to be important. That is going to be very important. Trust me. I'm not going to make you do any more, but trust me, you're going to need that energy for this next session. You may take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter, I think we can just call him, he's one of us now. Yep. Can't even call him, he is Jamaican. Him just look a little different. And sound a little different. But it's untrue to tell him because he looks like some other Jamaicans, don't? That's right, out of many one people. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to learn how to make money using AI, if you want to learn how to be rich using AI, the same thing, I just say now. If you want to learn how to grasp the endless possibilities that exist out there using artificial intelligence, working with emotional intelligence, you're going to get all of that from our next presentation. AI innovation shaping the future, what's next? But I'm not going to introduce him because there are people who are more competent than me. I don't get to do that work. Look at me searching for the full name now so that I know it's Jonia, but Jonia, I don't see your last name on the paper. Ladies and gentlemen, Jonia is coming to introduce our next presenter. Put your hands together for her. And I'm encouraging you to keep that applause going because you're going to need it. You're going to practice to clap. Right? So put your hands together for Jonia as she introduces Leslie.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. I have had the honor of introducing our next speaker quite a few times. This morning is no different. I'm just as honored. Leslie Lee Fook is a name of legend in the business world. His revolutionary digital transformation, strategies, and expert knowledge are unrivaled, making him one of the most sought-after figures on the Caribbean shores. His career spans over 20 years with experience in analytics, robotic process automation, and artificial intelligence. Typically serving enterprise and government customers, he aspires to create a globally competitive region using data which positively impacts every Caribbean life. He was also named as an honorary speaker at the CTU's Prime Minister Summit, which amassed over 100 leaders from across the region. Leslie believes that we shall someday become data citizens. He hopes to tap into the deeply creative nature of our Caribbean people so we can foster development in a community that's highly sought after for its talent, expertise, transforming us into the India for analytics. And so, let us welcome Leslie.
Good morning. And wagwan. You know, Semanayad. So super excited to be here. Oops. Super excited to be here with you guys today. Switch off. All right, cool. So I'm the least technology-savvy technology person on the planet, so I might need some help with this one. All right, is that okay? You guys good with that? All right, cool. So anyways, guys, so super excited to be back here at this conference. Why do I like this conference so much? Is because OD professionals are the ones that are always breaking the status. Always breaking the status quo. Isn't that right? You guys challenge the status quo. You're always doing things better. And I always ask people, like, why do they come to conferences? And across the board, people usually say what? They want to take things up to the next level. And the fact that you guys are here, the fact that you braved all that means that you not only want to take things up to the next level, you're dedicated to taking things up to the next level. You guys hear me okay? Yeah? All right, cool. We don't need a mic. I could shout if you want to, if it's causing feedback. So, by the way, guys, I wish Dr. Brown was still here because I want to challenge him for a couple of things. So last year I spoke at this conference on AI. And would you guys believe that two people attend the same conference and they leave the conference with different results? Do you guys believe that? Yes. So guys, I want to start asking folks at JPS. And my folks at Stan. Guys, because they are ready in AI. I had to get these folks across there, and they're already doing AI. So Dr. Brown is, well, you'll fill him in, right? Yes. Is that cool? Wonderful. So what I'm seeing today is that most people, they've started to dabble with AI, they started to dabble with ChatGPT, with Copilot, and they aren't really getting the ROI. How many of you guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So to give you guys to successful with AI. So how do you get the most out of today's session? It boils down to one. We are told to sit and be. Absolutely. And for that reason, things came in one ear and went out the. Really reading about given. And that's perfectly fine too, because that's all part of the learning process. But take notes, move. Cool. All right, cool. So in the theme of participation, who wasn't here last year? Quick show of hands. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. So I have a treat for you guys. By the way, you missed out a fantastic conference last year, but you're here this year. So in the theme of participation, I want you guys to pull out your phones. The folks who weren't here last year, give that a quick scan, and it's going to ask you a couple of questions. But at the end of it, it's going to ask you, what are the things that you hate doing? Now, I know all of you guys have iPhones. Who are the iPhones people here? Oh, sorry. You guys need to be fast fish, by the way. All right, cool. All right, there you go. For the folks that don't have iPhones or stuff that works QR codes, I want one volunteer. Because people are talking about AI, I want to show you guys AI. I want you guys to experience it. I want one volunteer. Just give me some information. Is that you in? Yes, Steph is in. All right, cool. So I'll put it in. Oops. Let's see here. All right. And it's catching up. All right. So I'll give you folks a chance to finish it. All right. There we go. Oh, apologies. All right. So even here we go. Got it. So welcome, Steph. What's the promise of AI? Hyper-personalization. Cool? So job title, and I'll put PhD, Steph. Is that okay? I'll just leave it there for now. And then your organization's name. I'll just put mine for now, and I'll just use my email address for contact information. For the rest of you guys, go ahead and complete it on your phone. All right. Oops. You guys see I'm a two-finger typer. All right. So, Steph, what is one thing that you hate doing at work? Somebody else shout it out to me. What's one thing you hate doing? Terminations. Anything else? Reports. Oh. What else? Sorry? Data cleaning. All right, cool. So I'll set that and I'll leave it. And like those good cooking shows, we come back to that in a little bit. Is that all right? All right, wonderful. So before we jump in, here we go. All right, so what are we going to cover today, guys? I only have about 45 minutes with you. I'll be able to give you a piece of the framework that we teach in our workshop. And we're going to scratch on the first level in terms of consciousness. Right? What's the first level we're going to touch on? What is the first level we're going to touch on? That's right. Because consciousness changes every single thing. You see, today people are asking the wrong questions about AI. But this first part, it will transform every single thing about your organization. We scratch on clarity, but there's a step process that we typically go through. What's important about this 6-step process is that today, it's strange. So maybe 2 years ago when I went to a conference, I was probably the only one talking about AI. I come to conferences today, and there are people with maybe about a year's experience with AI, and they're the ones leading the pack. But they are the ones not getting the ROI on AI, and they're the ones sharing their experience. This is the process we developed with the very, very early adopters of AI since about 2018. And this process is what made a lot of companies, banks, insurance companies, a lot of money. And I want to give you guys that process today. So, what's our agenda? Any of you guys familiar with the Christmas Carol? The Christmas Carol, that movie, yeah? So there's a guy inside there who came back to Ebenezer Scrooge. What was his name again? Jacob Marley. That's right. No relation to Bob, right? No, absolutely not. But he talks about the present and the future. I want to give you guys that perspective today. And then if at the end we have time, I'll give you guys a little bit of a bonus. So, what's important about the past? Well, I love this quote. It says, history has a way of repeating itself, but each time the price goes up. And it's never been more relevant than today. For most people, so would it be okay if I talked a little bit about the past, guys? Yeah. So most people, when they refer to me, where's Althea? They refer to me as a data millionaire. This is my number. When I get to this number, I'll retire. Today, my job is to make you guys data millionaires too. Who wants to be a data millionaire? Like only? Elizabeth? For sure. All right, cool. This is my class. When people see me today, they see me with CEOs, with prime ministers, with captains in industry, with sometimes celebrities. Any Beanie Man fans here? No? Oh, there you go. The reality is, though, is that it wasn't always like this. And I wish Dr. Brown was still here. So if you roll back the clocks a little bit, here, guys. About 25 years ago is when I first moved to the United Kingdom. And back then, I was poor. I wasn't just poor, I was poor. And to give you an idea of what 2000 looked like, anybody recognize what brand of phone this is? Yeah, Nokia. That's right, Nokia. Now, what happened in not everybody had a phone. Phones were just sort of catching up. You didn't have data plans. There was no internet browser on your phone. Can you imagine a world where there's no internet browser on your phone? Wild, right? So anyways, international calls were extremely, extremely expensive. I see some head nods. You guys know what I'm talking about. So back in 2000, 2001, what does it cost to make an international call? How much a minute? How much? Well, I Googled it. And Google said anywhere between 50 cents US to $2 a minute. Right? How many of you guys paid that much money to call back home back then? Anybody here? Yeah, absolutely. 100%. So there was this groundbreaking technology called voice over IP. What is that? It gave you the ability to call over the internet for free. It was crazy. So I came back home in 2001. I launched the largest chain. It allowed you to come to my call center, and for maybe a tenth of the price, you could call overseas. So business was fantastic. But what I ended up doing is I was disrupting a multi-billion-dollar industry. I was disrupting an incumbent who has been in business for decades. And remember I said I was poor. I didn't even need a big budget to be able to do this. But in 2006, and it said revenue derived, and this is from the telecom regulator, it said from international call centers has been declining since 2001, since I came back home and opened call centers, when local call centers began competing with TSTT. So let's roll present. What's the most popular telephone carrier on the planet right now? Who is it? AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile. It's actually WhatsApp. It's not even a telephone carrier. That's wild. It becomes what today, if you travel overseas or you call friends, families, sometimes even business, if you call a colleague or a friend or family abroad, what do you pay today? Zero. And that's because WhatsApp has democratized communication. That's exactly what AI is doing. And somebody said information yesterday. The reality is democratizing intelligence. So the question becomes, what happens to your organization? What happens to your job when your intelligence becomes a commodity or even a free commodity? So, today, if you had to go hire somebody, if you had to go recruit an intern, what would you pay them? How much a month? What would you pay an intern today? Straight out of university, very smart, zero experience. What would you pay them? How much? 100,000? 200. Okay, fair enough. Fantastic. For the folks that were here last year, I told you guys how I was able to 18x my workforce, how I was able to add 365 people to my team without, I say people to my team without adding $1 on payroll. How many of you guys remember that? Anybody remembers that? Yeah, absolutely. So we talked about that last year and how we got to that. And it basically, I shared a concept of process will set you free. Lots of people are talking about it today. But this is what I experienced maybe 4 years ago. So we just started a lot earlier than everybody else. But ultimately, I want to share that process with you. For the folks that weren't here last year, so let's take a quick peek. All right. Da-da-da-da-da. Let's see. Did it come in just yet? So my AI has been busy, but I'm not quite finding it yet. All right, let's see. So what I want to show you guys is, oh, here we go. Okay, B. Morgan. Who's B. Morgan? Here? Or that might be something else. And guys, forgive me. AI still can't fix my eyes. Not yet, at least. All right. So I'm not finding my emails, but basically, if we talk through the process of a new hire. So organizations today, what would they do? There might be a couple tasks that you hate doing. So they take those tasks, and then what would you do? Maybe a time study. So you run it across a couple people, you pull those tasks together, you take those tasks, you identify a job role. How long to do that? A couple days to do that. After you do that, you might identify a job description. You have to go write a JD. How long to do that? A couple days. After you write the JD, what do you do after that? You might need to justify it. So you write a justification. After you do justification, what do you need to do? You need to write all the questions appropriate for the job. You need to set up the interview. After you do that, you have to review all the candidates, right? Or even before that, you have to do an advertisement for the job post. After you do that, what do? You send out acceptance letters. You send out decline letters. What do you do after that? You hire the person, and then you have to come up with a 21-day onboarding plan for that person. How long does that process take you guys now, start to finish? Sorry? 6 weeks? All right. Let's see if I could. All right, hasn't come in yet. This usually takes about 2 minutes, guys. But every single thing I described, let me see if I find it. Oops. All right, here we go. So, somebody said proposal coordinator. Here we go. Let me show you guys. All right. So basically, a couple of minutes ago, somebody put this in. And what did we do? We created, firstly, oops, let me scroll down on the side there. All right, cool. So somebody said they hate doing proposals, so we identified a proposal coordinator. Here's the justification for the proposal coordinator. Let me go down a little bit. Here's the JD. Key responsibilities, minimum requirements, a little bit about us, salary, benefits. We identified what's the ideal DISC personality type for that particular role. Let's see, go down a little more. My Wi-Fi is sticking a little bit. Here are the interview questions. Here's the offer letter. Here is the rejection letter. Here is the 21-day onboarding plan. That should be come up in a second. Oh, 3 hours, role responsibilities. Here's the advertisement. And it's even too much for the Wi-Fi. Guys, you get my point? That every single hire in the organization is the same process over and over and over. But it's not about HR. It's not about OD. Because when you realize what this AI is capable of, it's capable of every single thing today. Because when we have tough questions in life, what do? What do? You Google it. And it's basically learned on that same data. So let's go. Is that making sense to you guys, by the way? Yeah. All right. Do you see how this could potentially double your organizational effectiveness? At a minimum. If we use this in every single team, every single department, every single process that exists in your organization today. So let's take a little bit of a step back here. Where it is, like most people today are talking about AI, and it's largely because of this one event. And it just passed the 2-year anniversary. So in January of 2023, Microsoft invested $10 billion into ChatGPT. $10 billion. It was at the point in time the single largest investment into AI. What people aren't talking about is this. Right? January 10th is 1 week later, they laid off 10,000 people. How many of you guys know that? Cool. Is that good, OD? Right? Now they said these are the low performers. It's a coincidence. Cool. But what you see is 2024 is that it wasn't only Microsoft. It was all the major tech companies And if you look at these companies, these are now the largest companies in the world. It's no longer General Electrics. So FANG, right? That's what they describe those companies. Those are the biggest organizations in the world. They were also now laying off low performers. Where are we today? What's today, guys? What's today? April 16th. This is 5 days ago. So the next wave of layoffs, and it's now targeting middle managers and non-technical roles. If you're technical, stand up. If you consider yourself technical, stand up. All right. So these guys still have jobs. We joke, but the folks that are sitting do not have jobs at our Meta. So we got a lot of rhetoric, and guys, I am the optimist in the room. Don't get me wrong, right? But we also need to be realistic about these things. Is that this is a real opportunity, but also a real risk for everybody here today. Three days ago, CEO Shopify says, now, if we're going to hire a person, you need to justify, you need to prove that AI can't do the job. Wild, right? That's because AI, as of last year, was already performing at the PhD level. Quick question for you guys. If you wanted to get a PhD, how would you go get it? Sorry? How would you? Sorry? Apply, research, how long? 5 years to get your PhD. This is how I get my PhD. Now I have access to a PhD. So what do you think organizations are going to do? Not only a PhD, an army of PhDs. The reality is this, guys, and if you take nothing else away from my talk today, is this, is that AI won't take your job, but it's people that use AI well. AI is inevitable, but your relevance is a choice. Not I've scared you guys. Do you want to see the future? No? All right, cool. Thanks, guys. It was nice having you all. Who wants to see the future? All right, cool. So let's look at it. So today, I talked about this, guys. What's the cost of hiring an army of employees in the future? 0. That's why my organization already looks like this. It looks like this since 2021. Since 2021, the number of people versus AI is a 10-to-1 ratio. Picture a world where you come into the office someday and there's more robots, there's more AI than people working there. For many organizations, it's already a reality. For many organizations I work with, this is their goal, this is their ambition. Now, you could take the cup is half full or the cup is half empty approach. There's scarcity or abundance in all of this stuff. And I'll talk a little bit about that stuff in a little bit, guys. But ultimately, it boils down to one particular theory, and I'll share the theory in a little bit. But over the next couple of years, in fact, the next 4 years, because I've been saying this for at least a year now, over the next 4 years, right? How many guys are going to be working 4 years from now? Eligible to work. Not retired. Yeah, most of you guys, right? By the way, who's under the age of 40? Under the age of 40. How many of you guys believe that, by the way? Yeah. So I'll share with you how some countries are doing it, especially for the younger folks. But over the next couple of years, guys, 40% of jobs that exist today are not going to exist. And I see people very calm about it when I say that stuff. Could you all stand up here? Is that okay? This row. Could you guys stand up? Okay, cool. Could you guys stand in the back there as well? The whole row. Go ahead. Stand up. Right. Could you guys stand up here as well? All right. And this additional pod, could you guys stand up as well? Is that okay? Could you guys help me with something? All right. So the folks that are sitting down don't have a job 4 years from now. Look around, guys. Oh, yeah, no, Ian, you're good. Ian is good, yeah. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you all. So when I throw numbers out like that and people are like calm about it, I'm astonished. It's a worry. But the worry shouldn't disable you. It should empower you, right? Absolutely. But it boils down to this one particular phenomenon, and it's called first mover advantage. First movers will dominate the market. So most of my clients, most people that I work with, they are using AI like left, right, center, but they're not talking about it. They're not sharing those stories. Right? Our good friends across there, they'll happily share their stories about AI because they see together we can move faster. And they will lift the industry up. But first movers will dominate the market. They will take 90% of it. And this is our biggest opportunity, but also our biggest risk that we'll see in our lifetime. So I want to ask you guys, do you want to disrupt your industry or be the disrupted? Do you want to be the disruptors or the disrupted? Absolutely. I know that. Now, if you look at what the biggest companies in the world today are doing, they're thinking about AI differently. And I'll share what they're doing. Most people today are thinking about, how do I prompt to ChatGPT? What are the best tools out there? But if you look at an organization like Tencent, they have 9,614 patents on how to use AI. What does that mean? It means that they have almost 10,000 unique ways to use AI while we're still figuring out, how do I prompt in ChatGPT? You guys get that? Good. It's not only at the company level. It's also, Dr. Brown mentioned this, it's also at the country level. So I put global race here. The reality, it's a global war. And you've seen it being fought in the news every single day between the US and China. I can share some stories with you guys that are experienced right here in the region, sitting next to the US ambassador and the Chinese ambassador. It's real. It's real, guys. He also mentioned Singapore. Right? Where is the Caribbean and all of this stuff? Because you guys know these stories, right? You know, you put an American, a British guy, and a Jamaican in a room, who comes out first? Who comes out first? Yeah, because we have creativity, and as a single thread that ties the entire Caribbean together. We're the most creative people on the planet. Where are we with all of this stuff? So what is Singapore doing? For those folks who are above the age of 40, Singapore set up a separate fund to retrain, reskill, retool people above the age of 40. Why is that? It's because they still have 20 years in the job market, 25 years in the job market. But 4 years from now, what they do today is no longer going to be relevant. At least 2 people mentioned this, but they didn't go into it. In China, as of September this year, every single child above the age of 6 will receive mandatory AI lessons. What does that mean? That means 10 years from now, there will be 300 million Chinese who are AI trained. And that's just the kids. That's not the adults. That's just the kids. Let me put that into perspective. That's 6 times the population of the entire Caribbean. What are we doing about it? How do I prompt in ChatGPT? Now, interesting fact, I heard a lot of people mention Copilot, ChatGPT. Did you guys know that the US Congress banned ChatGPT? Question is, why would the US Congress ban a US company or US product? Why? Privacy, security, absolutely, right? Data, that's right, guys, right? So you see, 2024, US Congress bans Microsoft Copilot. Most of us are just taking these things and just using it, right? In the new administration, on day 2, Trump announces Stargate. What's Stargate? Stargate is a $500 billion investment into AI. But not just AI. Into one company, a company called OpenAI. Now, quick show of hands, guys. Who's got kids? Who's got kids? All right, the rest of you guys just practicing. All right, no problem at all. So the folks who have kids here, what happens when the internet goes out? Good. 5 years from now, when we can't live without AI, what if one company switch off that utility? Here's the crazy thing. We are paying today with our data. Why do you think all of these tools are? What are you all paying for ChatGPT? Right, that's the price. But what's it costing you? Your information, your data, your privacy. A lot of people complain about privacy, but they're feeding these monsters that. Now, I'll ask the question, guys. What if, because Trump is backing this stuff, what if we had one president for life? Because that is the most powerful job in the world. So Dr. Brown talked about being consumers of this technology. Do you understand why they're giving it away for free? So yesterday Anika talked about, does it talk patois? We talk a little patois too, you know. It will learn, because that's what you're doing. How many of you guys have seen those doll-like images popping up on your feeds now? People creating those images. So beyond the words now, we're giving it our likeness. And I'm seeing AI leaders doing those things. And then they complain about privacy, or they say, oh, yeah. But they trade in privacy for convenience every single day. The reality is this, guys, is what's going to define this 5th industrial revolution is the symbiotic, and that's what they want you to believe, the symbiotic relationship between humans and machines. But if we're not careful, it may not be symbiotic. How many guys familiar with Optimus? Who's seen Optimus? Yeah? I know you guys have. Okay. So Elon Musk produces Optimus. He's predicted that someday we will all own 2 Optimi, or Optimuses, right? One for work, one for home, right? Sounds good. We'll have robots that do our physical heavy lifting. How many of you guys can't wait? All right. How many of you guys familiar with dark factories? What's a dark factory? There's no lights. Why are there no lights? They don't need it. Why they don't need it? Because they know people working there. What happens when we get dark offices? What happens when we got dark ministries? Corruption is the least of my worry at that point. Yeah? Everybody familiar with Neuralink? Who's familiar with Neuralink? All right. Heard. All right. So a lot of people don't know. Would you guys mind if I shared a quick video on Neuralink? Would that be okay?
This is Pager. He's a 9-year-old macaque who had a Neuralink placed in each side of the brain about 6. You can interact with the computer for a tasty smoothie delivered through a straw. We interact with them simply bring them to a just like a pair of phone to a Bluetooth speaker. Thousand electrodes implanted in the regions of Pager's motor cortex that coordinate hand and arm movements. Neurons in this region modulate their activity with intended hand movement, For example, some might become more active when he moves his hand up, and others when he moves it to the right.
They implanted a chip into this monkey, right? What it started to do is
Activity into a decoder algorithm, we are able to predict Paige's intended hand movements in real time. First, we calibrate the decoder by recording neural activity as Pager uses the joystick to move a cursor to targets presented on the screen. As he's playing this game, we're wirelessly streaming, in real time, the firing rates from thousands of neurons to a computer. Using these data, we calibrate
captured data and now they're able to do predictions around it. We'll move into the next slide in a little bit. What you'll notice is he's still playing the game. But what's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture? Sorry? It's unplugged. So he's thinking about it. He's moving his hands, but he's really controlling it with his brain. What's the next step up from that, guys? Next step up from that is that he realizes, I actually don't even need to use my hands. So what you see in the next slide is that he's just thinking about it and he's playing his game. You crank up the speed and you'll see how well he does it just by thinking about it. Right? He's controlling it with his brain. What's the promise of this technology? The promise of this technology is to give people who are zero mobility, to give them the ability to move. The question becomes, somebody in your office, they get into an accident, right? They're paralyzed. They get a chip on their brain. They go into office and they become the smartest person in every single room. They get promotion after promotion after promotion, and they keep getting promoted above you. What do you need to do? Yeah, Neuralink. See, the reality is this, guys, is we all have superpowers. We just need to dip in our pockets and pull it out. You guys know this is thousands of times faster than the first computer that landed, the first rocket on the moon. But we need to pull it out of our pockets. What if we just thought about it? Who's Trump's right hand? It depends day to day, right? Day to day. It depends. Food for thought? So, I think this is key, guys. The CEO of Nokia, how many guys saw this before? Yeah, absolutely. The CEO of Nokia said, didn't do anything wrong, but somehow we lost. And for many of you guys here, 2025 is that turning point. Is that crossroads. The good news is, guys, our future is not defined. That's the good news. And we get to choose. AI's promise is to be the greatest equalizer. It's supposed to level the playing field, but what it's turning into is the greatest divider for the first adopters. For the people that move, first, absolutely. The good news is this, guys, is we live in a world where it's not the big fish that eat small fish. We live in a world with the fast fish that eat the slow fish. So do you guys want to be fast fish or slow fish? Do you guys want to be fast fish or slow fish? Huh? That's okay. That's okay. I am aware of it. Yeah. I get it. The good news is this, guys, is that what's the fastest country in the world? If that's a better. What's the fastest country in the world? And that's why I love doing business here, guys. So, what's today's approach? It boils down to three types of people. The most, the many, and the few. Most people think AI is too costly, too expensive, it's too complicated, and they're not doing anything with it. Many people, they just kind of default because it's easy to use ChatGPT, to use Copilot, but they're not really even getting ROI. A few people hire data scientists who work their voodoo just to answer really simple questions and do pretty simple things. Now, is there another way? Anybody knows who said this? I think there's a world market for maybe 5 computers. Anybody knows who said this? Who's that? A guy called Thomas Watson, and he was the president of IBM in 1943. Oh, that's what you said? Fantastic. Yeah, president of IBM. You see, back then, computing was very complicated, like AI is today. But what changed? Apple. Apple made computing easy. It was click, drag, drop. Now everybody was computer literate. What if we applied that same thinking to AI? What would be the solution? Say, keep it simple. How many of you guys see AI presentations and you are more confused than when you leave more confused than when you first went in? Every year, I have the honor of participating in this summer camp in Tobago, and it's held by a lady by the name of her personal expense. The camp focuses on science, technology, and math, but Levis wants every child to know that even though they're born on these 2 little rocks, they have the ability to change the world. You see, Caribbean has already produced some of the greatest leaders. People who redefined sport, business, beauty, and someday technology. This is a room of trailblazers, a room of leaders, all with the ability to affect change. We live in an age of artificial intelligence, of robotic process automation, and machine learning, where we've already built the tools, and the tools are now building us. And for the first time, we have the ability to overcome our human limitations. My name is Leslie Leafook, and I'm a millionaire. But I belong to a new generation of millionaires, people that don't measure success with money. We measure success by the number of lives that we touch, the number of people that we impact. This is my number, guys. I want to know what's yours. At the start of the presentation, I offered you guys a little bit of bonus. I got about 4 wrap-ups. Do you guys want a quick bonus? Yes. All right, cool, guys. So I scratched on the framework that we covered today. My screen is a little frozen. Okay, here we go. So you guys registered for the workshop. You braved the traffic. You sat down here. You're probably asking yourself, how do you stay ahead of the curve? I have a workshop. It's typically $250 a seat, typically. But I promise to give you guys everything. How many guys want me to give you access to the workshop? Anybody wants it? All right, cool. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you guys 10 seats. Pull out your phones. I'm going to give you guys 10 seats for the workshop on one condition. On one condition. You guys okay with that? You guys okay with that? I know I took it off because you didn't agree yet. Yes? I've seen this conference double, guys. I've had a conversation with somebody in the back there from JPS. He said, well, last year I was a little apprehensive about coming to the conference, but I came. My leader made me come. But after the conference, it changed everything. We went back, we had a meeting immediately after, and we implemented the stuff that we learned. They came to my workshop, and it changes everything, guys. My only ask is, you come back next year and you bring one person with you. Is that cool? There you go, guys. I'll take a quick picture with you guys. There you go. All right, beautiful. You guys are the best. Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I did tell you that you needed all of that energy, and I'm happy I made you stand because, of course, Leslie, he is himself full of energy. Put your hands together for Leslie Leafook. And, of course, the possibilities are endless. You just need to make a determination. Into which category do you want to fall? You know, we are, I think, by nature, some of us, very fearful of change, very afraid of change and what it might bring. Leslie, I don't want to lose my work neither. So I need to figure out how it is that I'm going to embrace the use of artificial intelligence and ensure that I'm using emotional intelligence to guide how I use artificial intelligence. We're going to invite Ian to come and make a presentation to Leslie.
Thank you very much. Leslie, you have frightened us, you have enlightened us, and indeed today we are grateful for the knowledge shared. I'm sure that we will leave here well equipped, and of course through your workshops we'll be further edified. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Leslie once again. I'm certain that, well, you can do better than that, you know, talk truth. Ian, since you're up here, I'm going to, no, you need to grab a few things and come back. So go grab them and come back. That's what you're going to do. And the sound team, can I get a microphone and a runner, because I'm going to need to send it to the different corners of the room at the back there so I can engage in conversation some of our exhibitors. So I just need to have a microphone down there where they are. But before that, and we're coming to the break, don't worry, we're going to allow you to break. But before we do that, Ian has a little something to give away to some people, so I'm going to allow him to do that.
Thank you very much, Althea. Good morning, everyone. All right, so yesterday, 3 gentlemen took the task of trying to walk in the female shoe. And so we honor our words, and I'm going to ask those 3 gentlemen to come. I know it's Winston Sutherland, Rohan Saunders, and where's the gentleman with the wine red shoes? Where is he? He's not here? Oh, he is. I'm going to ask you to step forward as well, please. Oh, and Mr. Sutherland had, what color socks you wearing today, Sir Sutherland? Another shade of green. All right, so Camille, can I invite you to just hand this to Mr. Sutherland, please? Dr. Sutherland. So I'm going to. Thank you very much for participating, Dr. Sutherland. All right. And Mr. Thomas, this is for you, sir. And we have Rohan Saunders, the one who actually put on the lady shoes and walk in it. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Camille. Now, there is a special gift that we have here. And for those who are listening keenly, I'll be asking a question. Well, let me ask, when was the last time you've been rejuvenated? I figured as much. All right, so Althea said something earlier about one of our exhibitors. Yes, and I'm going to ask the question. Now, Spa Blue has 2 locations where the first person to come and let me know where these 2 locations are and highlight 3 of their, oh, she paused, 3 of their services, this package is for you. And I'm going to invite Raquel to come, and Raquel will validate if what you said is true. So, I'm going to ask you to come up here, stand beside, and she's rehearsing. So, The question, what are the 2 locations? And highlight or list 3 services offered by Spa Blue. Center stage.
Caledonia Avenue, Mandeville, and Altamont Court are just behind us there. They offer spa,
All right.
spa treatment. They offer nails. You can do your mani and your pedi.
Okay.
And your facial. And they also sell stuff that you can, if you're having issue with athlete foot, you can get your spray for your shoes and your spray for your feet.
Raquel, I'm going to invite you. Raquel, is she correct? Absolutely. So I'm going to invite you, Raquel, to come and hand this wonderful full body massage gift certificate to
Christine Shackelford Heath.
Christine Shackelford Heath.
Yes, sir.
Raquel.
You did really well. Thank you very much.
All right, so Raquel is going to stay so I can just ask her a couple of questions. Hand her that microphone for me. All right, so this is Raquel Pereira from Spa Blue. Hi, Raquel.
Hi,
everyone. You know, Raquel, we're going through life, many of us, and we're not taking care of ourselves. Why is self-care important? Because I figure that's an important part of why you're doing what you're doing.
Absolutely. So I don't see Miss Ilsa. Is she out today? So I met Miss Ilsa years ago. I started as having conversations with her about consulting. That was initially my idea to come back and do something. I lived overseas for a long time, and I really wanted to come home and do something impactful. So I really started talking to her about customer experience, and it kind of morphed into this spa business that we're doing. And the main reason why we're here is exactly that, is to give opportunities to everyday people. We started in Mandeville for a purpose because we didn't want it to be in a tourist area. We really wanted to focus on everyday people like myself who just do not take care of themselves. So I just got into self-care but about 12 years ago, really focusing on routine self-care practices. I started with my nails. Then I started doing facials, massages, those types of things. And I found that I felt better about myself. I felt, even just to go and change the polish on my nails, I felt better. I felt like it was something that was just for me. And you don't share that with your children, your spouses, and women tend not to do a good job with that. So we kind of started that in hoping to fill that gap, and it's really kind of evolved over the last few years, and here we are. So.
And it's not just about, you mentioned women, and we know that we're all busy, but it's for the men as well, right?
Absolutely.
Right, so we need to make that clear. Men, you can also go and speak with Raquel and make your appointment, because that is important. You have to make the appointment in order to get the treatment, right?
We do recommend appointments.
That's
just
right.
to make sure that you don't wait. But I want to point out something. So we get a lot of women that come through and buy gift certificates for their spouses, their dads. What we don't see a lot is a lot of men who come through and do those same things for the women in their life. So
let me steer them down for you.
Yes. We sell a lot of gift certificates for women taking care of their spouses, and I led with the women because, to be honest, we are the ones that's championing self-care. And we tend, even if it's called self-care, we're actually better at doing it for other people. Like, so we're buying cards for our moms, our sisters. I have a lot of, all those birthday greetings, packages that were sold on our site were all gifted by someone else, another woman. Wow. So I would like to say that there's still room. Self-care is for everyone, but we are lagging behind with making sure that women are the ones that's going in and getting those services, and men that are treating the women to the services. We still have an issue.
Thank you so very much, Raquel. Put your hands together for her. Take that microphone with you. And you see that gentleman in the white shirt over there, please take it to him for me.
Okay.
Yes, all the way over there. Hold on. Oh, I hear that I'm to go to Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, the microphone is coming to you. So Elizabeth Terry is at the back of the room, and Elizabeth is from Limitless. I await further instructions from Ian as to what I do next. Not going to keep you much longer. We're going to take our break, and then while we're in the break, they're going to be preparing the spaces for the concurrent sessions. So, all right. So, oh, Elizabeth, you're coming to join me, or you're going to stay? You can stay down there.
Stay here.
Say hi to Elizabeth, everyone. That is Elizabeth
Hello.
Terry from Limitless.
Can you hear me?
I like that name, Limitless.
Limitless.
Yes. Tell me about the company.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to ask who in here is feeling the strain of uncertainty and challenges? Let me see the hands of people
The
who
older
are
way.
feeling that strain.
The older way.
Yeah, everybody, right? Okay. Well, the good news is that there are a lot of successful leaders just like you who are feeling burnt out, unfulfilled, lacking in purpose, feel like you're on a treadmill. But there is also even better news. And that news I bring is that I can help you break free from that cycle. And so according to AI, my new role is described as human-centered transformation strategist. Yep, I found that out yesterday. Formerly, I was an NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, trainer and coach, also certified in positive intelligence. And what I do is really help leaders, teams, organizations develop their emotional intelligences, help you to manage your mind for success. So if you're interested in wanting yourself and your teams to be able to manage with greater ease and flow, to really tap into your potential and ensure that you get the success, the happiness, because I think that's also super important, then do check me at my booth, and I'll tell you much more about what I do. And you can also download and do my EQ or EI checkup. When last did you check your blood pressure? Anybody? Did you do your annual checkup? Physical? Last week? Excellent. Okay. So when last did you check your EQ? Your EI? Maybe not so recently. Well, if you come along to my booth, you can scan and download that EI checkup, which is so important so you know where you stand with EI and what you can do to help yourself get into greater ease and flow. Thank you all for listening, and I look forward to seeing some of you in my workshop, Lead Like You Mean It, the neuroscience of authentic leadership. So see you all later, folks.
All right, thank you so very much. Ian, can you get that microphone now to Dr. McIntosh? Yes, so we're going to... Dr. McIntosh, you would recall, is from the University of Technology. She's actually head of the UTech Open. And Doc, the University of Technology has been making significant strides in terms of, I think you can safely say you're a leader in terms of the kinds of courses that are going to help to take our people into the next century. That is the truth. And we won't be there in that next century, but certainly the services that you're offering, they will be very important in getting us to where we want to be. Why is UTech, in your mind, the school of choice?
Well, I think you just said it, Mrs. Mackenzie. If I may,
sure.
We have been discussing, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday about how things are evolving, technology is evolving, and I hinted at leadership needs to evolve also. As an educational institution or national university, it would be odd that we're talking about technological advancements and technology evolving and the need for us to evolve, and we are not evolving as it relates to our program offerings, right? So the world is changing, and we see that now We have to ensure there's a demand. I spoke about it, about productivity being low, and one of the reasons productivity is low is as a result of low skills. So recognizing that as the national university, then we have to also evolve in terms of what we offer to our people, right? And this is where we need a collaboration and the support, and our president hinted at it, that we cannot reach where we need to go, where we need to get at in terms of our national development goals. And you know that our development is hinged on more of our people having access to higher education. Everybody is aware of that, right? And we spoke about the percentage of population that is really accessing higher education. Those persons who can, only 30% or less than 30% is accessing higher education. The problem is if we don't have more of our people engaged at a higher education level, then those developmental goals, we will not achieve them. And I think as a country, as a nation, that has to be the responsibility of everyone, because we live in Jamaica and we want to see Jamaica develop, and we can't pay lip service to say that we want these things to happen, but we have to put in the work. And UTech alone, the University of the West Indies and other universities, we can't do it alone. We need collaboration. So your question is how it is that we are evolving. So we have a new school. It's called School of Lifelong Learning and Professional Development. It's the continuing education school at the university. How have we evolved? We recognized, and we are responding to the changes in the environment, that we need more of our people to be engaged at the tertiary level. So we say, okay then, we have to have our pre-university courses. We call them foundation courses. They are not alternative to CXCs. They are not equivalent to CXCs. So we create foundation courses. We look at the skill set that we want our students to have, and we say, okay, and we develop some foundation courses. And those courses will allow the students to matriculate in any of our programs that we have, right? So we have those foundation courses. So we collaborate with faculty, and they will say to us, okay, the students did not get the traditional certification, CXCs or GCE. We can have these foundation courses, and then we can allow the students to come to us, right? So that's one area of School of Lifelong Learning and Professional Development. We also have executive short courses. We have the technology short courses, and we have a whole ton load of short courses in robotics, AI, data protection, different things now, because the world is requiring our people to be equipped with some skills, right? So we can't be traditional in our approach. We have to be responsive. So at the School of Lifelong Learning and Professional Development, we have the pre-university arm, we have the executive leadership, we have professional development, and we have the tech skills area. So we also have training programs that we sit with organizations. It is not a one-size-fits-all. We sit with organizations and we do an assessment of what their needs are. What are the skills that you need your people to have? What problems you need your people to solve? And we sit and we develop those training programs specifically for that particular organization, right? We're also using the technology, because we have sites in Montego Bay, we have a site in Ocho Rios, and we use the technology so that we can increase access. And I think that is everybody's business. So our mandate at the School of Lifelong Learning and Professional Development is to ensure that we increase access. We give everybody an opportunity. And my colleague, I'm going to call you my colleague, she mentioned yesterday that higher education, for some, it's not attractive anymore. And some persons may, said, no, that's not the case, it is attractive. And I'm going to burst your bubble, because sometimes I believe that we are in a bubble and we have to have difficult conversations. I'm a lecturer first. I'm a teacher, not a lecturer, I'm a teacher first. And one of the things I engage with young people, and I must tell you, a student said to me once, Miss, you have been teaching for so long, and look at the vehicle you drive. If it is that I do something else, and I'm not going to name that something else, I think we know what a lot of young people are getting engaged in. And he said, if I do that for a short period of time, look at the vehicle you are driving, I can drive a better vehicle than yours. And he left. He left the university. I spoke to his parents. I spoke to his grandmother because I'm a teacher first. And she said we did everything to keep him in school. And we are losing a lot of our young people to other activities. You know why? Because they don't find education attractive anymore. Because they're looking at their parents, they're looking at their grandparents, and they're looking at us. And in their minds, we are not successful. We are not successful. So I'm appealing to everyone in here, come out of that bubble. The reality is education is not sexy anymore to our young people.
So we have to figure out how to do it. Doc, I'm going to
yes.
have to...
Oh, I am so
yes,
sorry.
That's all right. I know you're very passionate about
I get passionate about education. My apologies. Thank you for the opportunity.
That's all right. Well, thank you so very much,
yes.
Dr. McIntosh. And we are going to take that break now. I see Dr. Kerry Wallace is in. He is going to be leading one of the sessions, workshops, sharpening your leadership skills through the awesome EI lens. He's executive director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund. That is just one of the things that he's doing in the country. He's doing far more. I don't know how he finds time to do it. We're also going to be having Dr. Luz Longsworth, senior corporate director, Sandals Corporate University, Sandals Resorts International, creating centers of excellence, why EI is more critical than ever in a digital age. And of course, Elizabeth Terry told you as well that she'd be doing a session, Lead Like You Mean It, right? So we're going to find out about all of that. Those of you who have not yet stepped outside to take the break, you may do so now, while the technicians continue to set up for those concurrent sessions.
region and in the UK, working with international and regional organizations and companies such as Ernst & Young in the Caribbean, Unicoma, Courts, Belize, the Leadership Foundation, UK, Fortis, Belize, the Development Bank of Jamaica, among others. After a stellar career of nearly 30 years at the University of the West Indies, where she completed her tenure in 2021 as Principal and Pro-Vice Chancellor of the UWI Open Campus and Global Affairs, she joined the Sandals Resorts International Team in 2022 as Senior Corporate Director of the Sandals Corporate University, where she oversees the training and development of over 18,000 team members located in 9 Caribbean countries. Keenly community-oriented, Dr. Longsworth has worked with at-risk youths in Western Jamaica, Belize, Barbados, and the British Virgin Islands, as well as serves on the boards of several regional, international, and community-based organizations. She is currently the Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees for the University of Belize and an Honorary Fellow of the Vancouver-based Commonwealth of Learning, COL, since 2016. As a founding member of COL's Commonwealth Wise Women Initiative, she has been involved in mentoring young women across the Commonwealth and has a passion for training and coaching emerging leaders. So let's welcome Dr. Longsworth.
Right. Thank you very much for that introduction. Yes, I did write it myself. You know that's what happens with bios, right? But every time I hear it, like most people, I say, does that sound like me? I mean, I couldn't be that old, could I? Couldn't be that old. But thank you so much, of course, to Carrie Code and Coden for inviting me to do this workshop. Now, remember, this is not a presentation. I am not your keynote speaker. This is a workshop, which means we're going to work, right? So, and we're not going to shop, although I know some people might be online doing things. We're not going to do that. But there are 2 rules that I will have, and one is that you do what I ask you to do. And the second one is that if you forget rule number 1, you refer back to it, okay? So the first thing I'm going to ask everyone to do is to come forward and fill the seats, okay? So certainly if there are any, we want to use this table here, that table, that table, that table. So come, we're mixing up the groups. We're not going to stick in our groups. We're going to be in new groups today. Now, change is hard. I hardly saw anybody change. Now, please come forward. Come forward. Every table should have at least 8 people at it. So you're going to get to know new people because that's what it's all about, right? Getting your emotional intelligence going. All right. So I should see full tables here, here. No backbenchers. It's not church. It's not even school. Come on, move on up. Because if you don't move up, you're not going to get the treats that I have for you, honestly. So if you don't move up, you're not getting any treats. So please. I see 2 chairs here. I see chairs there. This entire table is empty, but okay, shall I replace it with that table? Okay. Change is hard. Change is very hard. I mean, how hard is change? Let me start with a quick icebreaker. You've been very comfortable all day. take off your shoes. Take off your shoes. Come on, take them off. And ladies, if you know the petty is not up to date, don't worry. Don't worry, don't worry. Nobody's looking at it. All right, so how many people have taken off their shoes? All right, now put your left foot in your right shoe. Put your right foot in your left shoe. Right. And let's walk around. Let's see who is the first person to do it. Who is the first person to do it? Who is the first person to do it? All right, let's take a picture. Come. Actually, let's have a fashion show. Come on up here. Come up here, all you change makers. Wonderful, Verlene. Come on, let's go up. There we are. Excellent. Come on, let's pose. Let's pose. Let's pose. Right? Walk around.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
All right. Okay. There we go. Earlier, Leslie spoke about early adopters, right? These are the early adopters. All right, walk around and show the people who wouldn't do it how easy it is. Not gonna happen, true? I am walking around in mine, probably will not even change them, right? Not even change them. All right. So we had some early adopters, right? People who, yeah, man, I don't know what you're doing, but we're going to do it. We had some people who were like, so is which crazy person that invited to speak at this thing, right? And said, no. Other people were like, I'm not so sure about it. Maybe I'll do it, but I won't get up, right? That's all what we find in our workplace. We find people who are willing to change. We find people who are willing to adopt new things. We find people who maybe overthink things a little bit. You know, why am I doing it? What's the purpose of this? All of these personalities that we have to deal with when we're in organizations, right? So how do we cope with that? I've been asked to talk about creating centers of excellence and the interface, the synergy between EI and AI. Now, I come from Sandals Resorts International. I head the Sandals Corporate University. I don't know how many of you knew Sandals has a corporate university. But that university is not a degree granting university, but it is an institution that trains, develops, and we link with universities such as UE, UTech, and overseas universities for our team members to get degrees and so on if they need. But the important thing about that university is about developing the leaders, because Sandals is a leader in its industry. The only way it can remain ahead is by developing leaders. Over the last 3 years, 2.5 years since I've been there, we have focused on really a couple of things. 1, training and developing leaders. 2, improving our strategic positioning. And 3, making sure that Sandals is ahead of the rest. So hence, we have invested in doing 2 major things. And here's a little bit of advice for organizations. Don't try to do everything. So what we have done is to focus on developing emotional intelligence in our leaders in particular. And also, we have been pushing and advancing our use of AI in order to ensure that Sandals continues to lead the rest. And we use AI primarily in our training. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to give you a little sort of snippet of the things we've been doing, share some things with you as well, and also maybe introduce you to a few of the tools that we've used in order to start people thinking that way, right? So what has happened to my screen? was looking so pretty just now. So the first thing really that we're going to look at is EI, right? Somebody help. All right, there we go. And let's see, that way, this way, maybe up so. Just press the button, you know, the enter the button. Right, right. The first thing we're going to do today, so my little motif for today are balloons, right? Okay. But you'll have to figure it out later on what I'm going to do with the balloons. But emotions are something that we come to work with. How many people have heard the phrase, leave your emotions and your problems at the door? How many people believe that that makes any sense? Let me see the hands. Who think, yeah, I mean, if we have one of Leslie's robots, maybe, right? But who think that we can leave our emotions at the door? No? So let's see. Next. Point it to the back. Maybe it's just not, maybe it needs a battery, you know. One thing about these things is that they always need batteries. All right, somebody, can you just enter? Right. So how are you feeling today? I want you to draw one of those emojis on your paper. How are you feeling now? So we have the happy emoji, the joyful emoji, the content emoji, the silly one, the sad, angry, scared, after Leslie's scared, for sure. Worried, confused, surprised. How many people are happy? I only see 3 or 4 hands. Oh my gosh. How many people are joyful? Joyful. Oh, I love that. 1 hand. Only 1 person is joyful. Oh gosh. You're all of the first line. Content. How many people are content? Wow. Okay. How many people are silly? Silly. How many people still have their shoes on wrong? So I'm the only silly person in the room, right? Okay. How many people are sad, angry, scared? The second row. Worried. No? A little worried? A little, okay. How many people feel confused, surprised, hurt, embarrassed? I should be, right? Let me change over the shoes. No, I know. But the most important part about emotional intelligence is really being in touch with you, right? Knowing how you feel at any one particular moment. And that changes from minute to minute, from day to day, from week to week. So what is emotional intelligence? Quickly, everybody has done it, but basically it's the ability to know yourself, to know your emotions well and how they affect other people. Like, you know, when I'm teaching and somebody's just giving me this blank stare and I was like, am I saying anything that makes sense? You know, that way? How your emotions affect others and also sensing other people's needs, other people's emotional needs and how we manage our emotions effectively. So people call it people smarts. So we all know those people, right? That really know how to get people going, really know how to get a room excited. I hope I'm one of them soon, but you know, later on you can tell me. Those people understand people. So, how many people have ever done an emotional intelligence quiz? All right, this one is only 3 minutes. Scan the code. It's 20 questions. Don't take more than 5 minutes. And it will immediately spit out your emotional intelligence score and give you a readout. Anybody having any problems? I have support. Anybody having problems with it? If you need support, my team member Darren is here to help. Darren, somebody needs your help here. Got it? Or you can come up closer if anybody wants to try this. Try this. Got it there. Yeah, sometimes, the best technology is the old technology, i.e. print it out just to be safe. Trust me, I always do that. Anybody else having any problems with it? Okay, so I'll keep quiet for 5 minutes while you're doing that. Don't think too hard. Just answer, just answer. Your first answer is your right answer. Anybody wants a physical code to scan? Take a note of your score if you finished it, and there's also below a little description. Actually, take it home, and read it. Is it possible to fail? Yes. Yes. There's no such thing as failure. I would never tell any of my students that they can fail. There is opportunity for improvement. Is it sounding like you? Start to sound a little bit like you. Little bit like you. The grade is not bad. All right, Sharika. You're still not capturing it? Let me get the paper for you. Or let him try this. Okay, if you want the website afterwards, those of you who might not, because it is quite interesting and there's quite a lot to read about yourself, what areas you can improve in, how you can improve it, and so on. All right. I think we have critical mass though, yeah? How many people have completed it now? Let me see the hands. All right, I'll just give you 1 more minute to complete. Are you going to get a red balloon or are you going to get a pink balloon?
I think I'm going to
Yes. You can't see your score? Let's see. I came back again. Oh, you have to do it over. Yeah, it means that something went wrong with the internet connection while you were doing it. So just do it over and then you click submit. Yeah. You get score test. You have to click that when you're finished, and then it'll come up. It didn't. All right, try it again. All right, technology is always a little funny. Some people might find you have to do it over again because there's a little glitch in it. Okay. All right. How many people got in the range of 84 to 100 points? 1, 2. Okay. How many people got between 64 to 83 points? All right. How many people got 37 to 63? 17 to 36? 0 to 16. Okay. So Leslie, hold on to the red balloon for me.
First time I'm winning anything, thank you.
I don't know if you consider it a prize. Just hold on to it because there will be something. And I just wanted to see the people who got the 84 to 100. How many people got 84 to 100? 1, 2, 3. You get a white balloon. And who's the third person? Somebody else had an 8? Oh, here we go. Right. Okay. So, you know, it's not an exact science, and it depends on which quiz you take and so on. But generally, it'll give you some guidance as to why perhaps you're not at the 84 to 100. But most people fit into the 64 to 83, right? Because that's a wide area. So let's see what that means exactly. Right. Oops. Go back. I'm afraid we're a little bit delayed here. Okay. So why is it important, however, that you should assess your emotional intelligence? So somebody asked, when last did you do your blood pressure check and that sort of thing? Because emotional intelligence changes over your lifetime. It may even change from job to job or position to position. So you may find that you're in a particular position and you've been there for a while, you know your team, you know everything about them. You do that test, you're probably like 110. But then you get promoted and you go into a new post and it's going to slip right back down again because you're getting to. So there's nothing to condemn anybody about it, but it's good for you to be able to assess it so you know where you are in that spectrum so you can adjust, right? If you need to ask, remember it's a workshop, so if anybody has any questions, comments, please butt in, right? I'm not here to give a speech. She needs a white balloon? Oh, she was off the chart. 90 something? Oh my God. I don't think, you should have gotten one of the gold balloons, but I couldn't find it. So that's why it's white. There you go. Why is it important though? The higher your emotional intelligence, and this is out from, the science, the more likely you are to succeed professionally and personally. So it's a very good skill, if you want to put it that way, to have. And I'm going to put it as a skill. We're not judging, Leslie. There is a strong relationship between well-developed emotional intelligence and personal satisfaction. So again, all the research is showing that people who are emotionally intelligent tend to be a lot more fulfilled as individuals and have self-confidence. Somebody spoke about self-confidence. Was it you, Leslie? I think there was a speaker. Oh, it must have been Dr. Brown. I found that in the Caribbean. Oftentimes we, as a people, we pretend to be very, confident, Jamaicans in particular, but in terms of self-confidence, I've found that we're low compared to other nationalities, right? Have a good understanding of yourself. Your strengths and your weaknesses is essential to superior performance when on the job. Have any of you had an employee who thought like they knew it all? But at the end of the day, when you said to them they got a bad performance review, they got but I thought I was doing so well, right? Because they can't tell. They have no insight. And then finally, when your emotional intelligence is fully developed, it is easier to work well under constantly changing circumstances. Where are my people who change their shoes? Stand up for me. Stand up for me, my people. That test is an emotional intelligence test, right? Tell me why you did it. It was something fun to do, right? Why did you do it? Why did you change your shoes without question? Because I told her. All right. Verlene, you were the first person. Because I. And why? All right. So you see, they're in touch with their emotions. Vincent, why did you do it? You enjoy doing silly stuff. Arlene. Ah, right. Why did you do it? Right. These people are in touch with their emotions, right? They want to do something fun. They know that they like to do fun things. She wanted to remember what it was like as a child, to do that silly thing, Persons like that adapt to change because they are able to internalize the change. And change is happening every single day. So emotional intelligence, when you understand what makes you want to do something different, then you're able to, yes, you can sit down, please, then you're able to go with the flow. So a little bit of a story. So he actually is like the Steve Jobs of emotional intelligence. Daniel Goleman, you've heard of Daniel Goleman? Sure, please. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say so, no. They might have. They didn't want to, no, they didn't want to maybe, they don't like to feel silly, or they didn't trust me enough, or they didn't, right? So I'm not saying they were not in touch with it, right? So maybe I should have asked them why you didn't do it. But you didn't get up. Right. And why you didn't get up? Me no know. She said, me no know. There you go, Yvonne. Lethargic. And that's why I did the exercise. It wasn't actually my plan of action, but everybody looked so, I felt I needed to get you all up and about, right? Anyone who didn't do it, thank you, Yvonne. Tell me why you didn't do it. Anybody who didn't change your shoes, just kind of sat there? Yes, tell me why you did. Well, she is not necessarily in touch with her emotions, but she's in touch with her shoes. So she knows exactly what. All right. So moving on to Daniel Goleman. As I was saying, he's like Steve Jobs. So emotional intelligence was developed long before Daniel Goleman by psychologists and psychiatrists and sociologists. But it didn't become popular until Daniel Goleman, who is a psychologist, wrote this book, Why It Can Matter More Than IQ. And the book is now over 5 million copies have been sold in the world. And he is seen really as the father of emotional intelligence. But one of the things I want to talk about is a story about Daniel Goleman. So that's Daniel Goleman, and that's me. Daniel Goleman came to speak to us at Sandals. So that's why I'm saying I am walking the talk. Emotional intelligence is a big thing for Sandals leaders. We invite Mr. Goleman to come and tell us about emotional intelligence. But the story is this. So we're doing the rehearsal for him, and we have a stage like this, and I say to him, I wish they didn't put all these steps. And he's an older gentleman too. So I was kind of aware of the fact that he was a little tentative going up the steps to the stage. And I said to him, yeah, I have a knee problem myself, and it's actually hurting. And, so he helped me, and I helped him up the steps. So he did an amazing, amazing speech. And I had 70 of Sandals' top leaders in the room, and they were like just hanging on his every word. Half a day, and it started a revolution in terms of how people saw themselves as leaders and how they interacted with their team and so on, right? Because the hospitality industry is fast-paced, and sometimes you hear things about us, right? You hear, boy, they don't treat the workers good, and so on. We have to make sure that that is not our story at Sandals. But to go back to Mr. Goldman. Dr. Goldman is checking out at the hotel at the end of his stay. And he sends a message that he needs to see me. So I said, oh, okay, I hope nothing was wrong with his room or anything. So he comes and he says, I have a gift for you. I said, a gift? And he presents me with a jar of this CBD-based cream. And he says, I understand this will help your knee. And I'm like, I can't believe this, because, it was a passing comment. But he picked it up, he thought about it, and he went and looked for something for me. Needless to say, if I didn't love him before, I adore the man now, right? And this is what emotional intelligence can do for you in your relationships with your people. Because, as I said, anything he asked me to do now, I will do, just because he created that relationship, that link, that humanity with me that went beyond the transactional, because I was his, was his point of contact, we were paying him, all of those things. That just faded. Yes? What comment? First of all, by making sure that all of your leaders are emotionally intelligent. Because everything you've said is right. All my life, I have been seen as a soft leader. As a soft leader. Why? I'm a soft-spoken person. I'm not aggressive. I'm not going to shout at anybody. I don't shout at people in public, except maybe once or twice. Like taxi men are excluded from emotional intelligence. we can't exclude them, right? Okay. So I remember in my early days of climbing the ladder, right? There was this, but she's too soft. She can't manage a team of, especially men, like if you have men in your team. She's too soft. They're going to walk all over her and so on. Because you're right. People who display emotional intelligence in our usual world are seen as soft people, right? If you're not hustling, if you're not driving like the taxi man, then you're not getting forward, right? But the world has changed. And this AI world requires that more than the aggression, right? Because it is that emotional intelligence that's going to make us survive in the AI world. Because we will have Leslie's people, his workers, to do all the tough stuff of going out there and doing things. But it is the emotionally intelligent person, that one person that he has in his army, that's going to connect to others. So I agree. But the thing is, if people, this is the emotional intelligence model. You have the personal and you have the social, right? The public. So on the personal side, people have to, first of all, you start with self-awareness. Who are you as a person? A lot of our leaders, they don't know who they are. Because, as I said, I've been in a man's world. The university is a man's world, right? And you go into meetings and you're the only woman in the boardroom, right? And if you start to behave like them, then you are already violating who you are. It happens to men as well. You go into a new job, and you think, well, for me to succeed, I have to be like Winston, or I have to be like Don Webby, or I have to be like, you forget that being you is pretty good too. So you have to be aware of yourself, aware of who you are, recognize your own behavior, and also pay attention to how others influence you. Because people will push your buttons, right? And what emotional intelligence does is it trains you to understand what those triggers are. So yeah, taxi man and me. I tell you, taxi man and me. I mean, I don't even like to drive anymore because of the taxis, right? But the truth is, you know, if I sit back and I think about it, sometimes they're the only ones that will let me out of a road. So I am recognizing that I cannot just stereotype them, right? Because some of the people in the BMWs and the Audis and stuff, them just drive straight past you when the little taxi man will stop, right? But the truth is that we have to pay attention to how others influence our emotional state. So somebody comes in and them say, so, you know, she's coming with a proposal today. We know what are her weak areas. We know what are her Achilles heels, right? And you just, anybody says something to me about me being emotional, that's enough to get me emotional. Or they say something like, have you really done your research on me? You're asking me, you know, so this is how my inside is going. But I will go, yes, of course I have, because I recognize that I'm already starting to feel it. And it's actually a physical response. You start, if you are in touch, you either start to feel your heart race, right? Your mouth go dry. Yes, see, the water is always there. Or you actually start to see things just kind of going blurry around you, right? When I'm about to get angry, everything just goes, it's like a TV show. It's like everybody else fades into the background, and the person that I'm about to blast is in, and that's when I realize that I'm really, no. I know Darren is saying, no, that's not you, Dr. Lewis, right? But that's because a life of practicing emotional intelligence, right? So self-management is the next part of it. How do you manage that emotion? What are some of the skill sets that you learn? A lot now is focusing on meditation, prayer, breathing, mindfulness. Breathing is very important. No, I am a breather. Let me say that again, a breather. I do yoga, I do Tai Chi, and let me tell you something about Tai Chi. I had a boss once who would just talk all over me. So I'd go and I'd say, you know, Sir Winston, I would like to make this proposal. And he would suddenly start, and I would leave the office and never get my proposal out. All right, so I started to study Tai Chi. Tai Chi has a move where you go like this, right? And I don't know, one day he was doing the same thing. It was a very important topic. And I just sort of said, but sir, man stopped in his tracks, you know. First time I ever got out of that office with what I wanted. So sometimes it really is about what you call your physical response that is important. So there's something, if you're interested, called somatic leadership, which teaches you how to handle your leadership role just by understanding how you move your body, right? Excellent work being done in that area. Now the social awareness, pick up on the mood in the room. So you walk into a room, and if you are emotionally intelligent, you can feel it. You could close your eyes and you can say, you see the people over there, they're not too interested in what I'm saying, you know, but they never want to move to B or to A or to C. The people over here, they are keen because they come right up to the front, right? So you start to feel people, and you can tell from their faces what is happening. You understand what is happening in them. Pick up on the mood. Care about other people. The first thing about creating emotionally intelligent leaders is to ensure that they really care. Really care. And you don't feel it. That's because they're not really training themselves to be emotionally intelligent. And I do believe that we can train people to be emotionally intelligent. In the same way people used to say you can't teach somebody to lead, remember that? Leaders are born, not made. That's no longer accepted. Same thing with emotional intelligence. You can train yourself, Leslie, to be emotionally intelligent. We'll talk. You do the AI part for me, I do the EI part for you. How do you manage relationships? How do you get along with others? We can't love everybody, but we can get along with them. We can respect them, right? How do you manage conflict? How do you express your ideas? How do you feel? How are you being sensitive to another person's feelings, right? So Yvonne, for instance, sorry, Yvonne, I should have really asked. I really do appreciate you saying that. So it'll be better for me for the next workshop because you've added that for me. So, making sure that people don't feel left out. So this is the emotional intelligence model. It's so simple. It's simple. Really what it is what we're taught from we're children, Care about other people, the golden rule, pick up after yourself, don't throw tantrums, share your toys. It's very simple, but it is so difficult to find in leadership. So, here we go. Emotional intelligence in the workplace leads to better decision making. Why? Because you're in a meeting and are talking and two people are not talking. So as far as you're concerned, your ideas are accepted, right? What about the two people who are not saying anything? Have you picked up on them? Have you recognized that they are not the ones really saying anything? So they're not bought into your idea. Do you give them that opportunity to speak? Which they can come with something that everybody else, all the bandwagonist people, right? Oh yes, man, doc, we're doing this, we're doing it. You know those people, but you want the people who are quiet and silent. But if you're not in tune with them, you will never know that their ideas can make your decision better. You can resolve conflicts by being emotionally intelligent as well, right? You know what are the triggers. I know what are triggers for some of my team members, so I know what the conflicts are. Have greater empathy for your colleagues. Like Daniel Goleman, you create a relationship with your colleagues when you have empathy for them. And they are more willing when they realize that you empathize to go the extra mile. Yes, Sharika. Empathy, that's right, exactly. So talk about ROI, talk about soft leadership. It's these things that have ROI. She could have quantified that and said, we got that because I created a relationship with that client. And we don't in our world value those things enough, right? Keeping calm under work pressure. COVID really did that for a lot of us. And that's why I was saying to my friend over there that the world has changed since COVID in terms of the recognition of the importance of soft skills, which I absolutely don't like that term, soft skills versus hard skills. Emotionally intelligent skills are not soft, because if any of you have had to go into a bathroom, curse bad word, and then wash your face and go out and say to a client, sure, we can do that again. You will know that it is not easy, right? And as you heard from my background, I've had experiences in manufacturing and dealing with clients from overseas. And my family ran a business that sewed for J.C. Penney. And they were the kind of people who would just come and then say, no, we don't want it this way again. After you've reorganized your entire factory, they come back and say, no, we want 10 buttons instead of 9, right? And you just have to go, okay, and go back, right? So keeping calm, listening, reflecting, and responding to constructive criticism. Another story. Sorry, I'm going to tell you all the stories. When I was principal, I had an open, not door, but open Zoom room policy because my team was all over the region. And I used to have town halls, and I'd say to them, it's open. I want everybody to feel free to say what they feel about how things are running in the campus. So one day, we were going through some tough times. One day, in one of the town halls, this young lady who was an administrative assistant, she said, I'd like to say something, principal. I said, sure. She said, you are the reason why things are not going well. She said, you are not holding your managers accountable. You speak about all these wonderful things that we are to do, but they don't come and allow us to do it, and there is nobody holding them accountable, and you are at the top. Okay. Yes, ouch. 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 It was an ouch moment for me, right? Because I'm the one that opened the door. So I had some of my senior people going like, she should be fired. How she can talk to the principal like that? And I'm like, I felt it, I felt bad. I felt terrible. I went home. I had to reflect. And I said, I didn't sleep the night. And I said, you know what, this young lady is telling me the truth. And I called an emergency meeting of my senior management, and I said to them, she is not the one to be fired. I am the one to be fired, right? Because I'm not holding all of you accountable, and you're not holding your managers accountable. So that poor young lady who is sitting and answering the phones and she is getting all of the pressure, right? So it's not fair. So we have to do things differently. But I'll just say that it was so hard to accept that. And I consider myself an open person, but when somebody gives it to you real, it's hard. Yes.
Check. And that essentially is the challenge that we're facing in most of our organizations. So we go to these nice retreats and these forums, and once it is that you're not at the level where you're getting report, then everybody speaks in these, well, we can call it highfalutin, because that's what it is. Yeah. We're in the setting, and everybody can say something nice, but when we go back to work, when we go back to operations, it's not translated at all. So even the open door policy, yes, it's a nice terminology. But then somebody comes and walks in and says, boss, this is happening. Come out. So a lot of times, so right now I've transitioned into a new responsibility. I'm glad I'm not managing people right now because the work is a lot. But I recognize in interacting with persons that I have to work with, that oftentimes when we are collaborating for something, what their managers are doing is impacting our output. So now I have to become creative and basically be making proposals to their managers in order for the outputs to be done. And the work plan involves everybody.
Everybody, that's right. That's why, whenever I've done training, a lot of times people will say, I wish our top leaders would come there. And yes, that they should be here. They tend to send people who are reporting to them and, it's not important for me. And that is so wrong. And that's actually one of the reasons I'm very pleased with Sandals, because they are recognizing that if the leaders don't walk the talk, then you have no authenticity You have no authenticity in saying to people, you need to treat people better or whatever you need. You have to be authentic. All right. Okay. So I'm not going to go through everything because I really want us to get to the AI side of how that feeds in. But I'm going to focus on social awareness because a lot of us are emotionally intelligent in terms of our self-awareness. But how do we, lead with empathy? How are we organizationally aware? And I have found that the one thing that has made me successful so far is being very highly organizationally aware. It means when you go into a new organization, you listen more than you talk. Because what are you trying to find? You want to find out who and where are the power relationships, right? How do you get your ideas? What's your name? Sorry, I'm not seeing it. Cherton. Cherton. All right. I will never forget that name. Cherton, you are in a new position, right? How do you influence those leaders that need to do what you need them to do, right? You have to know where the true power is or what it is that is their own passion that you can appeal to. Not suck up, but appeal to, right? Their passions. You have to understand who are the real decision makers in the organization. Sometimes it's the secretary. I know that in my career, always get on well with the people in the front because that's how I get into the door. Because they'll say to their boss, boy, Dr. Longsword, been trying to see you, you have 5 minutes for it because you know who really makes the decisions, right? And when you have those competencies, you understand the political forces, you know how to get things done because it may not be the executive chairman or the director, it may be somebody else to whom you can appeal or somebody who has, the power of persuasion higher up. Accurately read power relations in groups or organizations and understanding, and this one is key, the values and the culture of the organization. Because sometimes, I had worked with the university for a big chunk of my life and then moving back into the private sector in an industry that I didn't train for was quite a challenge to understand, what that culture is like. The hospitality industry is fast-paced. It's like, things happen on the fly. And I was used to a more bureaucratic thing, with the university. And, at first it was like, am I going to survive? But once you understand, then you're able to live there. All right. Another little fun exercise. So I don't know if you can see that. I spoke about reading the room, right? So you walk into a room. So this was at Jimmy Carter's funeral, right? Mr. Trump had just won. And I just found this picture amazing because I just look at it and I said, so I'm going to ask everybody, what do you think Mr. Trump is thinking? Why they put me beside him? Right. And what is Obama thinking? Why they put me beside him? And maybe that's even why in the end they ended up talking to each other because they both felt the same way, right? Look at Kamala. Who is she smiling with? George Bush. What is Mrs. Bush thinking? It's like, is why she flirting with my man, so. I look, what is Mr. Clinton, President Clinton thinking? He's like, he looks to me like he's saying like, where am I again? And Hillary is like, Lord, please let this be quick and painless, yes. But it's funny because I saw so many versions of, people reading the room. But what I said earlier is so important. Read your room, know your room. Going in with a proposal and the room doesn't look too good, know how to maneuver, to back off, when to hold them, when to fold them, and so on, right? So that's a huge part of... All right. All right. You tell me. No. Biden is like, praise the Lord, I am out of this mess after this. Okay. All right. Yes. So another element of emotional intelligence that we don't speak a lot about is service to others. And it's interesting, I rarely hear it in emotional intelligence lectures and talks and so on. That is so important, that you have to provide satisfaction to other people. So that came home to me a lot in the hospitality industry, because everybody is so focused on the guest, right? We have to make the guest comfortable. We have to make, because the guest is paying our salary. They're very aware of that, right? But you have to be so, emotionally in touch with people's needs. So some of the things we're doing in training using AI is we're actually using AI to assist our team members to recognize when a guest is unhappy. So we use avatars, we program them, they can interact with them and so on. And they test out different ways of, let's say, calming down an unhappy guest. The avatar is learning. So if I say, I'm going to go and get a manager, the avatar responds immediately and says, I don't want a manager, right? It's very interactive. And they learn then how to modify their own emotions in order to improve service. All right. I don't hear anybody clapping me and they're clapping me. Competition, All right. Let's see if I can get this to move. And have I turned it off again, folks? Okay. Tips for improving your social awareness. This is a workshop. Pay attention to critical interactions with others. Remember, every interaction is individualized. So you're not interacting with a group of people, That is a myth. You're interacting with a group of personalities around a table. So you go, you're going to talk to your team. You're talking to Valoris. You're talking to Winston. You're talking to Leslie. Remember that, right? It's a group of individuals. Turn off the sound on the television. I do that all the time. So, that teaches you how to read the room and see if you can see what they're really saying. Identify key people inside and outside the organization who can exert influence and know how to use that influence. In your discussions with others, get other perspectives. Sometimes we go in with how we think things should be done. Open yourself up to other perspectives and build coalitions. That's very important. And then try to provide information about unspoken organizational constraints. So sometimes a boss will tell, and believe me, I've been told that a lot, we don't have the resources to do what you want to do. But I don't see that. And, people will say, but I see them doing this and they're doing that and they can't spend it. But you might not have the whole picture. So make sure that you also give your boss a little grace, right? Sometimes they too need a little love. Relationship skills, we know all about that. Share responsibility, reward accomplishment, actively participate in the team. All right, I'm not even going to go to the summary because I think you know this already. We've done that. So how does this all fit in with AI? So as I was telling you, AI is now really what challenges us in, well, not AI, but digital technologies. So during COVID, a lot of people had a really rough time pivoting I started to hate that word. But pivoting to a new way of doing things from home. I had no problem because I had always worked virtually, at least for 20 years. I mean, from when we were having things like Big Blue Button and Blue Jeans, all of those early tools, you know, I was jumping around and my team members were going like, net to phone, what is net to phone? I was an early adopter of net to phone. So I've always personally been very interested in technology and how it makes my life easier. But a lot of people felt that with the technologies, we were losing a lot. We were losing communication, right? You had Zoom and you're talking to people and you're seeing just this blank window and you can't interact with them. I can't touch Veloris. I can't look in her face to see whether she is actually listening. My emotional intelligence was on halt. Except that, personally, my research had been on leading in the virtual environment. So, what happens when you can't see the person? It's just like if you go blind. You work on your other senses. You start to listen more. Tone of voice became very important for me in these Zooms. Even how people refer to me. So when people are happy with me, they'll say, Dr. Lewis. When they have a problem, I hear Dr. Longsworth. And you know, I know exactly something is wrong, right? Or you don't hear from somebody who you normally hear from. So your other senses have to come to be alive, right? Isolation and disconnection. Again, we are people of community. So how do we navigate that sense that, gosh, I don't know, you know, would Yvonne have told me that if we were in a virtual session? Probably not, right, Yvonne? Probably not. You wouldn't have said something. So, you know, she would have felt disconnected. She wasn't part of the walking up and down. So isolation. So these are some of the challenges that we're facing, particularly with the early technologies like Zoom. And Zoom is still good, but it's really very basic. You know, and they're trying to infuse AI and so on, but it's still very basic in terms of how we can use technology to improve. So is emotional intelligence under threat? Are we going to be affected by all of this? Somewhat. Why?
Because you can see from like Gen Z, they have problems communicating.
Or is it? So my controller, can you run the rhythm for me now, please? Can you run that video for me? You have just leapfrogged into the next part of my presentation. So one of our challenges, not allowed, yeah, is that we have several generations in our workplace. And emotional intelligence is really what is going to help us to manage that. So I have a 3.5-minute video. So we can play it now. And then we're going to look at
to manage 5 generations in the modern workplace. Hi, I'm John and I've been an HR manager for many years now. It may surprise some to know that there are as many as 5 generations working at a single workplace. With workplaces being more age diverse than ever before, it's important to remember that different generations have different needs. With several generations working side by side, it's essential to consider how their typical work styles and needs might differ, since each generation has distinct experiences and perspectives, especially when it comes to technology. With the right insights, though, you can give individuals the right tools to maximize productivity and get your teams collaborating more effectively. Generation 1, traditionalists. People are retiring later today, and there are still many people born before 1945 still working. Traditionalists are civic-minded and loyal. They're team players. They tend to stick with one employer for as long as possible. They like to work as part of a structured team, with a focus on longer-term projects, and although they're not afraid of technology, they tend to rely more on desktop computers, landline phones, and fax machines. Traditionalists need robust voice capabilities and traditional desktop applications to be more productive. Generation 2, baby boomers. While baby boomers tend to stay in the same field for longer than millennials, they switch employers more than traditionalists. Boomers focus on individual performance and are driven, with their identity defined by their profession, and they care deeply about climbing the organizational ladder. Baby boomers are less likely to use social media at work or use smartphones compared to younger generations. This generation relies heavily on email, so make sure your organization is equipped with proper email tools to allow this generation to be more productive. Generation 3, Generation X. Gen X has begun to replace boomers in managerial positions in recent years, and they're more independent than their predecessors, value authority less, and are more likely to walk away from an inflexible workplace. Since this generation embraces technology in the workplace, including smartphones, email, laptops, and tablets, it's essential to implement video conferencing and team-based digital workspaces to meet their flexibility requirements. Generation 4, Millennials. This generation is the driving force of today's workplace, and they crave interaction, feedback, and collaboration, and are even more informal than Gen X. Millennials are strongly driven by a sense of purpose and crave continuous workplace learning and growth. Since this generation grew up fully immersed in digital technology, text, IM, and social are their primary modes of communication. This generation prefers to communicate electronically, so make sure you implement the proper tools to allow them to do this. Generation 5, Generation Z. This generation is just beginning to enter the workforce, but is the largest cohort of the US population and the most ethnically diverse. This generation is fast-paced, and they tend to be independent and competitive. Most of this generation's job decisions are based on how tech-savvy a workplace is, but they also prefer face-to-face communication at work. This generation appreciates technology that provides a personal experience like video meetings. Now that you know how to make each generation in your workplace more productive while catering to their unique preferences, you're ready to make all generations in your organization work seamlessly together. If you want to learn more about how to manage 5 generations in the modern workplace, click the link below for more information.
So I'm going to use this as a little case study for us in how AI can help us with our EI, all right? So if I can go back. So we have 5 generations. It's the first time in history that we've had so many different generations in the workforce. And guess what? You saw Generation Alpha yesterday. They're not far behind. And some of the old people are still going strong, right? So you could end up with 6 generations. This is part of the challenge that you're having. Your bosses are generally going to be in the older generation, you know, especially in sort of in the public sector, in education and so on. If you're in IT, you might find that you have younger, more sort of millennial and Generation Z people. But this is one of the issues with how you have to be so emotionally agile, because you have to deal with different ways of doing things. So we're going to do 2 quick little exercises. First of all, again, scan that code, and it's just a number you're going to write, right? Just your own self-analysis. How comfortable are you with AI? How comfortable are you with AI? I think I have another paper version for those persons that might come from a generation that they're not so comfortable with it. Am I blocking anybody? Probably. Okay, anybody needs the actual code? Okay. And you can perhaps try to support her. Mm-hmm. Got it? Okay. All right, so this is quick. This is like a second. Okay. No, this is another one to come. Got it? balloon time again. Balloon time again. Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the most averse towards AI, and 10 being someone who is an early adopter and uses AI day to day, please rate yourself. All right. Can I see the number, the persons with 1 to 3? Can I have your hands up? Okay. You see, this is very important so you can see that is not a correlation. You can be highly emotionally intelligent and not. Who else had 1 to 3? Nothing to be ashamed of, by the way. Red balloons rock. Anybody else? Oh, this is quite a good group. I might not have enough of the balloons for everybody. Anybody else with reds? I need like 2 more red people. I mean, do not be ashamed if you were like 3, you know, if you're 4. Anybody was like a 4? I'm going to give you a red. No, not for, I know you're 4 to 7, but just because I need 2 more red people. 4 to 7, okay. No, but 4, not 4 to 7, the number 4. When you rated yourself, were you 4? No? All right. Well, I'll give you that. All right. And I need to see the people who were at the top of the scale. People who are at the top of the scale. All right. You got your white balloon. Everybody else, you're pink. I don't know if I have enough. I got all of the bright people in this group. I did not expect that many people to be 8 to 10. I am pleased. Leslie, you would already have been at 10, so. Okay. Now, you know, mine, you know, because white comes with responsibilities. White comes with serious responsibilities. Yes. Because for the next exercise, please put on the next QR code for me. Who else was a white? Okay. White. White. And if I have any more whites, you're going to have to christen the pink white, because I really have no more whites. Okay. Everybody else, you're pink. What I want you to do now is, I want you to scan that, because that's an activity we're going to do now. Paper? Yes, I have the paper. And I want 1 person with a red balloon at every table, right, from this last exercise, not from the first exercise. 1 person with a red balloon has to be sitting at every table. And I want at least 1 person with a white balloon at every table. All right? So you have a red balloon. Anybody here has a white balloon? Good. This table, you're ready to go. We have red and white here. Anybody has any red or? You're pink. Okay, I need a red person over here. Shirt on. You got the last red balloon. You got a white balloon. I need a white balloon and a red balloon. So shirt on and Teresa, come over here. Over here we have a white, no red. Nobody with a red balloon. Okay, I need another red person. Was there a red person back here? Come over here. It's okay, we're going to merge tables right now. This table, got a white, okay. You're with that table, so join up with the table. So that's an exercise. At every table, do I have somebody who has ChatGPT or Copilot on your phone? Yes? Yes? You have ChatGPT. Anybody has ChatGPT or Copilot on your phone? All right, so here's the exercise. The exercise is simple. I am a manager. I have sent out this email, and I have gotten 5 emails back, one from each generation, right? So for the silent, lost, they call the poor people anything, traditionalist generation, this table, right? So you are looking at the email from the traditionalist generation. No, traditionalists. Baby boomers over here. So you're going to look at the email I received from the baby boomers. I'm going to ask for baby boomers over here as well. Millennials, these 2 tables. Millennials. Generation X, that table. And where is our Z? So that's why you have to join up, right? So come and work with this group here for Generation Z, or join another group. So everybody has a generation they're looking at. Okay. Enable your ChatGPT. Open it. So what you're going to do is you're going to, where is Darren? You're going to cut and paste in your prompt everything that I've just put there. So there's a little blur that says, all right, so you got me. So I'm here with the silent generation. Lost generation, you have an email that says, it starts at subject regarding weekly updates, right? You're going to highlight all of that and the prompt and just paste, cut it or copy it and paste it in your ChatGPT prompt. The prompt is asking that ChatGPT gives you a response to that email that is emotionally intelligent and that is, okay, yes, there it is. It's up there. So that it can craft an appropriate email for each of the generations. Because you will note that each generation has raised the issue in a different way, right? So you have to respond to them appropriately. So you're going to use ChatGPT to help you. So I want one person in the group really to do it, and then to look at what ChatGPT has told you to write, see if you agree with it, see if there's anything you would have changed, and then we'll come back together, all right? So Darren and I will walk around just to make sure everybody understands the assignment. But you have to work together. So only one person needs to do it in the group. Right. Okay, so you're going to do from, where is it? Lost generation. So you're going to copy from subject, right? And then you're going to, from subject right to the end of here. Yeah. Where are you? You're in Copilot?
I just scanned the QR code.
Oh, you didn't get the document. But it's up there. Try it again. But she's doing it. So if even one person in the group is doing it, it's fine. All right? Into ChatGPT. Yeah, so in the document. Mm-hmm. You didn't get it. Oh, you didn't get it. It's not an email. It's this bit that starts subject regarding weekly updates. When you scanned it, did you get the document? You didn't get the document. Let me see if I can. Yes, if one person does it, let me see what you did. Okay, hi Taylor. And you put it in?
This is the response from that.
That's right. That's perfect. Now what you can do is read it and then discuss among yourselves whether you think that that was appropriate. Would you write that in Jamaica to somebody of that age group? Is there anything you would prefer to put in, right? How are you doing here?
I was saying you stole some of these emails straight out of the box.
I know. But you know, it's wonderful working with Gen Z people because it was a Gen Z who told me this is a great exercise for what you want to do. And I said, sure, it sounds good. And I tested it out and I said, yeah, you know, just because there are some people who are just understanding how this can actually really help them with emotional intelligence, doing things emotional. And it trains you. You know, we talk about training ChatGPT. It can train you. Okay. Notice I didn't say, well, this is the policy for the Gen Zers, you know? Right? Yeah. How is it going, Yvonne? You getting it? You finished? What you got? Did you share with the group? Everybody is shared. Are you comfortable with that response? Was there anything in there that you would have changed? Yes, it is. You had which generation? Right.
Hi, John. Daughter Gemma. Thanks for reaching out and sharing your thoughts on the youth policy. I totally get why you want clarity and context. Your work flow. It's great that you're thinking ahead. I'll be happy to walk you through the specifics and make sure you're not duplicating your efforts. Let's schedule a quick call to discuss how we can
Perfect.
make this work.
All right, everyone. I understand we're running out of time. So just to say that from my walking around, I can see, remember you have lunch, you know, so you're not bothering with lunch? What? All right, can we regroup a little bit? Just a little bit, just to get some feedback from the tables about that experience, all right? So let me start with this table. Is there a microphone that I can get? Can I get a mic? Or I could bend over with mine, but it might look funny. Can I get a mic? Just a few sharing quickly, and then because we're going to be thrown out shortly. Just a little bit of feedback. You don't have to read it. Just tell me what the experience was like. Yes, and do you think that it was useful for you to see how you could adjust the tone and so on? Yeah.
Right. So for the.
Let's listen. Hello, everybody.
All right.
Stand up. Stand
Hello.
up.
Okay.
You're on candid camera, so.
Okay.
You know,
All right.
of course.
Good afternoon, everyone. So for our team, we got the age group before the baby boomers, which would be the persons 1945 and before, and it was really in touch with their needs in terms of it's not really a lack of understanding of technology, but the struggles that they would have with technology and the fast pace of technology, and just to allow them to feel comfortable being vulnerable about that and helping them to adapt to the technology at their pace.
A hand. You use all the right emotional intelligence words. Being comfortable, being vulnerable, right? So the response did that. Any other table wants to share their experience over there? Yes, 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 we see you.
All right, so we used both Copilot and ChatGPT for this exercise.
Nice.
I'm going to go and share, and we also added 2 more prompts after getting the first responses.
How many Gen Zs over there?
Yeah, how much, ma'am? Okay, so we only have one Gen Z over
Gen Z
here.
at heart.
So she will also share the responses that she found more appropriate. All right, so using Copilot, a more formal response was given.
What was
so we're just going to read the first.
Your generation was?
Oh, sorry, the first exercise, Gen Z.
You are Gen Z.
Yes,
okay.
So responding to Taylor, who sent with the subject, weekly updates, not a fan with the emoji face.
Right.
All right, so Copilot's response, hey Taylor, thanks for being upfront about how you're feeling. I really appreciate that. So this is after the second prompt where we asked Copilot to respond in a more casual tone to see if something that she could appreciate. I totally get that this new process might be a bit much right now, especially if the tool feels clunky. The last thing I want is for this to come across as micromanaging. That's not the goal at all. And of course, there's some more info, but in the interest of time, it closes. Thanks again for speaking up. It means a lot. Let me know if you have any other thoughts or ideas. So one of the deductions that we could make is that we don't want Taylor feeling, we don't want to oversimplify the response without taking into consideration, yes, we want a more casual tone, but there wasn't a lot of emotional responses from this by adding that prompt. So the first prompt gave us a more formal but more considerate response. Thanks so much for sharing your honest thoughts. I really appreciate your candor. I understand how this change might feel a bit overwhelming. I hear your concerns about the tool's functionality and the potential for micromanagement. So of course, that more respect or intelligence. For now, and in closing, for now, I'd encourage you to give it a go for a few weeks and see how it fits into your workflow. I'm confident that with some time, it'll feel more natural. Of course, we'll revisit this and adapt if needed. Flexibility is key. Thanks again for voicing your perspective, and please don't hesitate to reach out if there's anything else on your mind.
Perfect, perfect. Sorry, I just want to give one more table a try because they're going to throw us out of the room soon. So anyone else has a burning desire to share your experience? You're good? All right, well, the point of the exercise, really, very simple use of, as Leslie says, you know, your basic chat GPT, but to say that in training people, so I don't know if you're like me, but in my early days when email first came on, it's like, press send, it's gone, right? You learn, no, you know, put it in draft, go back and so on. But now, you can say, well, listen, this person is really touching my buttons. Let me see if somebody else. It's just like having a coach to say, hey, coach, you know, how you think I should answer this? So to see it as a support for your own emotional intelligence, or even to say, you know, hey, you know, I'm feeling really anxious about this particular presentation, which I did a little bit of. How should I approach this group of people? And you will get some hints, some tips. And you can train yourself, or you can advise your staff to use it, just even in the email context, to prepare better emails, knowing what your audience, who your audience is, what your material is, what the background, what tone you want, what is your relationship with the person, and so on. Yes?
You're writing something to an audience that has all 5 generations.
Well, you put that in your prompt.
Okay.
You put that in your prompt, because what it will do is it will spit out an email that has buzzwords. So you're going to hear vulnerable, comfortable, micromanage, that will resonate. And believe me, I think people like Mr. Trump had his speeches done that way because things, you know, everybody will say, oh, I heard this in his speech. It's a mastery of being able to resonate with people's emotions that he has, he has really done a good job with. I mean, we may not agree with it, but objectively, he is a master of that. Yes, Sharika.
Your target audience or your stakeholders or your colleagues or co-workers, that it's very important, because when we initially did the first prompt, I got all the good words were in there, but it was quite long. And my teammates were saying, no, they're going to get flustered by the time they reach the second paragraph or so. So we further did a prompt and got a shorter message, but it was exactly the same thing. Right. So that was quite intriguing to us as well.
And you could have added prompts like, this is a Jamaican, public service company. You can do all of that, and you can tailor it. Yes. But yeah, exactly. But it's not it. It's how it is. It's you. And that's the point I want to end on. It's not it that is doing it. It's you telling it. And that's why I was so pleased that many of you changed the prompts. That was the idea. That's why I wanted red people and white people together, people who would know how to handle the prompts and help. Because you told it what you wanted too long. We don't want it so formal. You are at the same time training your own emotional intelligence, because you're saying, hey, this doesn't sound right. So use AI to support your EI, and it will be an excellent tool for you. Now, there's a lot more that we do with AI at Sandals, but I'm out of time, and Althea's giving me the eye. So thank you very much. That was fabulous.
I could hardly leave the room. Dr. Stephanie Steer to come and tell her thanks. Put on your hand. Stern, put on your hand. Put on your hand.
Oh, by the way,
put on your hand.
The balloons, you can take a balloon. If you're ever feeling really stressed, and it's a tip, blow the balloon out and then just let the air out slowly, and you'll be surprised how it just calms you down immediately. Right? So anybody wants a balloon, I have others.
Unless you want to say thanks to. You wanted to say thanks to?
I don't have no more white.
Yeah, Dr. Stern.
I have pink. Pass it around. Pass it around.
Dr. Luz, we thank you for this interactive session. We all need emotional intelligence. You have demonstrated that today. So on behalf of CARICODE and CODN, we present you with this token of our appreciation for being here and for stimulating this group.
Thank you so much.
All right, so let me just make this announcement in here. I'll make the same announcement in the other rooms. At the back of the room, we've been talking about Spa Blue, and you can actually get a little massage at the table there at Spa Blue, for those of you who want to relax just a little bit. And I promise you, you're going to be far more relaxed at the end of it. But there's something else that is very special that is happening. If you go to their site, that is the Spa Blue site, and you can get the information at the back there. If you go to their site and you put in the code, the CARICODE 25, you'll get a 25% discount on the products that they have on offer, but that only goes up on. All right, so make use of it. Make sure you have the conversation back there. And trust me, if you know what spa services go for these days, when you get down there and look at the price list, you know that they're doing a very good job. But you've all been absolutely fabulous. And clearly, this session resonated with you all. You all go work with Dr. Luz. She don't have no space down there for you now.
Doreen Samuel. They always say that to me, always.
I wanted to offer you these two books. I've written them. This is a leadership book.
that you will see. So how it works is basically it's an app. It's in the app stores, but we also have it on desktop, as you can see here. And you do your behavioral assessment, and you can actually then get coaching 24/7, 365 on your device, whether it is iPhone, iPad, desktop, etc. And as you can see, you get your behavioral assessment. It's going to give you coaching specific to your behavioral style. All right, so I can't go long here. What I'm going to suggest, two things. One, I'm going to, if you have your cell phone, please take off your phone, your mobile phone right now. Take off your phones. Sometimes you need to be obedient because there's value in obedience. Take out your phones. All right? I'm going to put up a QR code. And the first 5 persons who sign up, with the QR code gone. Hello? Technology, don't do that to me. Oh, okay. All right. First person who sign up not only gets the app for a year, but you get a behavioral assessment. All right? You get your behavioral assessment, so the app will actually coach you for a year, first 5 persons. All right. There's another opportunity, and what I need, and this is an integrity moment, right? I have a registration here. I need some people who will test the app and, having tested it, give me a video testimonial, okay? So if you are interested in that, I will work with you for a year with the app. I need that video testimonial within a month, 30 days. So that's it. All right? I'm not going to go back through the app. What I want to do, if you have signed up, if you can't do the technology like me, right, in terms of the scanning, I'm going to share this paper with you, and I'm going to send you an invitation to a session where we actually can ask questions and can see what the app is like. Okay. All right. That's it. One question. Any one question, and I'm done, because I don't want the next time that I'm saying I need a 2 minutes that I'm thrown out. All right. Okay. Anybody has any questions? Have you been able to scan the app? Can we keep it there for another minute or so that whoever it is can come and scan? If not, however, here are people's registration. I'm going to pass it around, and you can sign. All right. Let me see if I can get off of here without falling down. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. Put your hands together once again for Mr. Smith. Now, you would have noticed, and I know that you have the program in front of you, that we should have been moving in. That would have been another kind of concurrent session where we'd have been having roundtable conversations. However, in the interest of time, we have condensed that. And so a discussion is going to be led by Dr. Stephanie Stern. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of entertainment. And to provide that entertainment just for not a very long time, not a very long set they're playing for us this afternoon, the Sparrow Martin Ska Sonic Band. Please put your hands together for them.
Are you ready? Well, come here. Are you
trombone, you have Mr. Bowles and Christian. And guitar. When I look at him, I can say, hey, play something on guitar. Oh, and bass. Children, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. And this group is called Ska Sonic. Ska Sonic. So we're going to play a ska for you. And it's from the Dan drummer. And we're going to feature Mr. Bo. He's going to stand and play them for you. Mr. Bo. Put your hands together. Come on. Have you heard of Dan drummer? You never heard of Dan drummer? Well, here we go. Ska time.
Woo! Absolutely fantastic. The sound there of Sparrow Martin's Ska Sonic Band, ladies and gentlemen. And put your hands together for them. I'm certain you can do better than that. That deserves a better round of applause. All right, so because we have a time constraint, I'd explained a little bit earlier.
going to write your strategic sentence when you're done. These paparazzi, you see? You guys okay? What are you doing? We're trying to see how we we're supposed to use this. Nah, You're telling the stories about what's happening in your office now. Yeah, right? And when you finish talking about the stories, it will all sometimes the stories can be very long, right? And then you're gonna form a strategic sentence about transformation. And then you're gonna email it to our electronic plan, carcoach.com@gmail.com. Or if you're written up, we're gonna collect it. Okay. I don't see any talking down here. Are you talking? I just took a call, an urgent call. Okay, so you know what to do? Yes. Okay. It's not one. Visited by a representative. Was it visited by a representative? Okay, so what you're doing, you're talking about the stories that happen in your office about with AI, right? So we'll share what's happening. And
so we don't have any stories in relation.
it's not happening to you, it should be happening to others. I mean, if nothing is happening in your office, it should be happening to others. Kevin this is the same company? Princess, anything happening in your office about EIA? What office are you?
Absolutely, oh yeah. Most of us
And there's nothing happening about EIA?
It's not a matter of nothing happening. The problem is that, all right, because of the potential privacy issues, because of the potential issues for ambiguity, AI is not something that I think we're looking at in the same sense as we're looking at it now, because we're here to learn. So I know I had that difficulty with it, but I don't have that difficulty with it anymore because we're getting a wider understanding as to how it can help us, how it can help us bridge certain gaps that we had from before. I mean, I know I had some reticence and some discomfort with it because before it was like, well, is AI going to come and take our jobs? No, because garbage in, garbage out, and all that. So, that's where we're at.
I put the job specs in AI. I put my resume in
And you tailor AI to the job specs?
Yeah.
But what if...
But what I take out all of the company's name.
Yeah.
I make sure my second page with my footer is not there with my name and phone number. I make sure that the universities that I attend to, I change the name of the university because I don't want them to collect any information about me.
But, so what you're saying then you're going in there with incorrect information and the thing?
No, she pull it down, then just personal information. Because if I go in and say I name Joy, when they're responding to me, they said, "Hi, Joy." I don't want them to have my name. I don't want them to have the schools that I go to.
But how do we check the veracity of the information for the purposes of giving it?
No, she edited when she pull it down.
Oh!
Oh, I don't use anything, just pull it down like that. I edit it. So there are ways in which you can use AI and don't put the confidential part of the information in it, right?
Use the framework without...
Use the framework without the names and the addresses. Sometimes I even change like dates and stuff because those are irrelevant, right? So you change the aspects that are irrelevant and then the context of what you're looking for, you'll get the feedback based on that. But don't be fearful because AI is
But I realized when you do a regular Google search, back in the day, you'd see the search, you see AI generate the response, baga, and then you see the thing. What also freaks me out is having a conversation about something. Then go into search and you go, hold on. And the first thing that pops up is what you're talking about before you even put in a letter.
Even on Instagram, whatever you discuss is going.
That I'm afraid I'm coming to trust Instagram. Yeah. Wait, you watch the Terminator movie? You saw what happened with Skynet? Yes. So when it becomes self-aware, make we talk about that now.
But listen, if you fear it and you don't work with it, you're going to be left.
No, I will work with it whilst being balefully, Yeah, but we still I go and watch it. I will fear it and work with it. I know that.
If I say I have a problem with it, I just see two little hands stretch across me and grab my computer. My little nephew is like into my business. I'm like, move, and he's like, but okay, I can do it. I'm like, get out of my business. The kids, they're here to take.
That's
even
right.
if we don't do it, the children, even kids like that. They're on there.
Well, yeah. Children don't know how to play in the dirt and the grass again.
So, work with the program, do the strategies, work with our competition she has already, and let's get something out of it. Alright? Let's see what the first one over here. Leader representative come by. Leader representative. a presentation or something. Yes.
And there was a little sweet boy.
Yeah.
I still have my sticker.
Yeah.
Still have my sticker.
So you're selling these?
We're donation.
Oh, okay. Somebody can get one and give you something. All right. So they have finished. They have spoken the stories about Winner City, about AI and AI, and then you have come up now with this strategic.
Using AI for care
Yeah.
taking
Yeah.
and AI for development.
Okay. So they should get a prize for finishing first,
Absolutely.
right? Absolutely.
Absolutely. Sure enough, over
And
here
all
now.
get it first. Winner City.
Winning.
We
are winning. Okay.
Okay, everybody, we have 1 minute wrap-up time left. Okay. Is there anyone with a song or a dub poem about AI? No? How you know that? Okay. Any table with a dub poem or song about AI? All right, we've completed our mission. My assistants, Ian.
I'm right here.
Marjorie, we're going to collect the papers, or we're going to make sure that the others send via email. Yes. All right? So we're going to start on one side and one on the other side. We're going to collect them, or if they're sent by email, carry code Jamaica@gmail.com for those persons who are electronically inclined. Do you have paper, or you're going to be emailing? Paper or emailing? Carry code Jamaica, CARICODEJAMAICA@gmail.com. Collecting your work. On which website, carry code? It should. Oh, it's two different email addresses. This one is going to somebody in particular. Yeah. So use the one I gave you. We will see that quicker. Huh? Okay. Everyone listen up for the dub poem over here.
No pressure. Dub poem, AI versus AI, courtesy of ChatGPT. AI arise up fast like jet. Data and code, but no heart yet. Machine can think, machine can learn, but love and care, that's still a fi earn. AI there, deep in soul. Know when you hurt, know when you feel cool. Feel your vibes, read your face. Walk with you gently, keep the pace. AI can write, it can draw, it can sing, but AI bring peace, AI bring healing. When AI miss the mark, cold and dry, AI step in with a soft reply. So big up your brain, but guard your heart, cause in this new world, both play a part. AI must rule machine and screen, but AI rule the peace in between.
Prom. My goodness. ChatGPT. Yeah. Yeah. So who said ChatGPT did not know patois? It's all in patois. Take back that. Thank you all.
I nearly said, pull up. Put your hands together for yourselves. You have been absolutely amazing. The creative energy that is in the room is unparalleled. I think you have been absolutely fantastic. Please allow me to say thanks to our sponsors and our partners, JPS 101, National Housing Trust, Sandals, Island Car Rentals, 2020 Innovation, Heart NSTA Trust, the Jamaica Customer Service Association, the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, Unicoma Group, Royal Computers, InfoServe, Pat Battle and Associates, Strategy Associates Incorporated, and the Gleaner Company. Now, I know that we're getting ready for what is going to be a fantastic presentation from Dr. Nsombi Jaja. She is an inspirational speaker, certified change management professional, transformational coach, and she wears so many other hats. But before we get to that, I don't know where Ian gone. Why Ian must, oh, please Ian. All right. So before we do that, however, before we get into that mode, I'm going to ask Ian to do one giveaway, and then, because we're counting down the time, Dr. Jaja comes to us at 4 o'clock. Ian, you have 2 minutes to come and do the giveaway. So come on right now. Come, Ian, come. Run, come quick.
You see that dub right there, sir? No, man, it's easy, man. As a matter of fact, while I run down there, you run, come up here. I'm going for your gift.
That was absolutely amazing indeed. That you could come into a session like this and do that kind of production. So Ian is running for the gift. And this is Shanique. And looking fabulous. Love those shoes, girl. Yes, Moggle. Moggle. Yeah, man. Congratulations, Shanique. That was amazing. You need to record it. And I'm serious. I did not say that in jest. You know, normal. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we invite Dr. Aiken to come and introduce Dr. Nsombi Jaja, let us just listen once more to the supreme sound of Sparrow Martin Ska Sonic Band. Just one number from them before we take that introduction. Put your hands together for them once again. Ian. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the band. Absolutely fantastic. So I need to apologize because Dr. Aiken is not with us. But ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our speaker for the afternoon. You want your own mic? While me I introduce you, go down there and make them mic you. Absolutely fantastic. So she's going to get mic'd. But let me tell you a little bit about her. And this is just a little bit. Because there's no way a page of information can contain the woman that Dr. Nsambi Jaja is. She's the president of Quality Management Consultancy Incorporated USA, a consulting practice assisting the business community in the areas of strategic management, quality management, change management, leadership development, and customer experience management. She is a certified John Maxwell speaker, coach, and trainer. She is a certified project manager and a certified management consultant and a certified balanced scorecard professional. She is a certified ProNet trainer through Caribbean Export Development Agency for quality management, business strategy, resource management, energy management, and knowledge and information management. And she is chairman of the Jamaica Customer Service Association and president of the Caribbean Institute of Management Consultants. I could take the entire rest of the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce this woman who to us doesn't really need an introduction because she is just absolutely amazing. See, she come decked out in her colors and she is ready to bring the house down. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nsambi Jaja.
I love it. I love it. How are you, my sisters and brothers? Oh, no must say me good, me great, me wonderful. Ask me how me do. I am wonderful. I am blessed. I am highly favored. And I am highly... you know it, my brothers and my sisters. So I'm going to try with this little short leash mic for the time being. Short leash. You know, say, enough of we as Caribbean women, we not married because we can't manage a short leash business, you know. Because you know, some of the Caribbean man, them like to hold me on a short leash. The other day, my nail take one and do my fingers. And she asked me about my husband, and I said, no, I have no husband. And she looked for me and she said, freedom. This is an Asian technique. I don't know how she got there. So where is my presentation? That may kill time, you know, for it to come up, because it's a nice presentation that my grandson do, you know. Look, Leslie, what my presentation there? Eh? Put it on there.
All right.
Yes! 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 I don't know how, Jelani. Where am there? It is an honor and a privilege for me to be here this afternoon speaking about two things that I love dearly, AI and EI. When Ilse asked me to speak on this topic, I was overjoyed because guess what happened? There are some of you who know that I have changed my business model. You have known me over the years. Look at Richard. You have known me over the years as a consultant. I'm a certified management consultant. And that's for sure. That's for true. It now works so good. So I can take it out and use it? Yeah, man. Short leash. Short leash. Short leash. Short leash. Why is that coming in? What? Que paso? Yes, so I changed my business model because for decades I've been doing these consulting projects. And guys, you know the heavy lifting in consulting. And I did it for a while, and it served me well. It sent my children to school. It sent me to school. It provided for us in terms of material acquisitions. But you know, God speaks to us all the time. And he downloads his message, him say, Nsambi, a time. What do you mean it's time? It's time. You have always said you wanted to be a global speaker, coach, and trainer. And I said, yes. And you have done a lot of things to enable that process. That's why you hooked your little wagon to the John Maxwell Global Train. And I said, yes. And him said, a time. Well, you know when you change your business model, there's a dip in your revenue. I just did a session for my ladies at church in the Women's Fellowship. And the title was, We Will Mount Upon Wings as Eagles. But the context was the Isaiah 40:31 that says, they that wait upon the Lord. I am here today because I have waited in the valley. But in the valley, I was doing some amazing work on my emotional intelligence and using AI to help me in that space. And guess what happened? My first John Maxwell Live to Lead cruise last year with Leslie Lee Fook and other speakers, I was able to launch into the deep. And then last year, there was a Live to Lead conference in Montego Bay that I was asked to speak on leading with emotional intelligence. And then after that, 300, meaning 300 leaders from the Scotiabank Group, I took them through on their leadership day, leading with emotional intelligence. You can't teach something and not learn. So in the process, I have learned. I have honed my emotional intelligence, so I am not today what I used to be. And I'm going to share with you some of the things that I used to do that made me very emotionally illiterate that I'm no longer doing. So I am more emotionally intelligent today. I'm going to use some practical examples. So Ilsa asked me to present an inspirational close to a transformational OD conference. Has the OD conference so far been transformational? Yes, Ilsa, congratulations, my dear. I was talking to her the other day, and I said, Ilsa, I couldn't do what you do. She said, in some way, we can do all the things that we want to do if we put our minds to it. I said, Ilsa, you can't do that, and me can't do what you do, right? So, that's me. I have rebranded. Because I don't know, some used to wear jacket and pants and them kind of clothes there and so on. I have rebranded. This is my speaking. Yeah. So, me go Ghana last year in a space conference. And me see then something and then I see. And then comfortable so till. And guess what? When you wear it with this, you know it come out the big belly. So if I never tell you, no, so we have a big belly and a ear, so no would know, right? But it really is a really nice outfit for stage. So, this slide is titled, Looking Back to Look Forward, From Insight to Impact. The thing is, having the knowledge does not translate to behavior. You know that, right? And what we are trying to do in this space is to convert insight knowledge to behavior where it can impact. And it doesn't mean that if you are emotionally intelligent today and you score high on the scale of emotional intelligence, that you're going to be there tomorrow and the day after and the day after. Yeah, can we do some stupid things sometimes in the heat of the moment? You know that, right? So, 73 years old. I'm going to have to take off the glasses to read. Can't see you as I was seeing you earlier on, but I can see my slides, right? So from Insight to Impact, a conference we have been participating in over the last 2 days, filled with innovation, collaboration, and purpose. We've explored AI's promise, and if you got anything from Leslie Leafook, and it has not transformed your thinking and help you to reset, to step into that AI space, then your head tough. So we have gotten AI's promise, and we have been exposed to AI's power. And I'm going to share some stories because I like to deal with it from a practical standpoint, you know. It is our day-to-day behaviors that tell whether we're emotionally intelligent or not, or whether or not we are exercising the kind of self-management that we need to exercise in order to be able to be socially intelligent and to build relationships. So we'll talk about some stories. So it is now time, my sisters and my brothers, for us to translate the learning into what? Into what? Into what? Into leading. Yeah? And the first person we have to lead is who? You know that better than I do. Okay? So the world we're navigating, and many of us have watched the VUCA video by Deloitte, and you see the fast pace at which it's going, the volatility, the uncertainty, the complexity, the ambiguity, and so on. So we understand that ecosystem in which all of us are playing, yeah? A future of complexity. But guess what? Full of promise, yes? And we are in an era of exponential tech change. You see the pancake satellites that they are launching next year into low Earth orbit, LEO, costs little bit. The amount of energy and carbon dioxide that it puts out in the environment is significantly less than SpaceX. That's where the technology is going, you know. Global interconnectivity. We can sit in this room today and we can connect with people all over the world. Unprecedented human potential, because some of us are doing things that we never imagined we were capable of. And then there's a whole business of climate, equity, and innovation intersecting. Those of us in the know, we know that. So, EI, emotional intelligence, is our human compass. It is our inner GPS. And you see, anytime you go in an unknown space and you're using the GPS, thank you, and after a time you figure, say, you can't find your way yourself, and you turn it off, you get in a shovel, CHUVVLE, which is the superlative of trouble. And on a joke business, you know. Because what tends to happen is that we forget and allow instincts to take over. Empathy drives ethical innovation. Self-awareness fuels adaptive leadership. Relationship building enables collaboration in complexity. You know, sometimes when we listen to these words, we can't connect it to the reality. I was exposed this afternoon to one of the most disturbing news that I could ever get. How much I want to know Dr. Carl Bruce? And if you don't know him, you don't know of him. One of the most highly emotionally intelligent man, intellectually intelligent, a leader in the medical field par excellence. I love the man that's so till because he is humble, he is approachable, and he is one of the best neurosurgeons in the world, on the planet. Guess what the news? Because I don't know I hear. Guess what the news? Him our doctor get in a fight. And it go to charged, being charged. The man have to end up in a court because the other one say, but now go no arbitration. What is it that could have allowed Dr. Bruce to lose it so much that he is now being charged for assault? A moment of indiscretion, a moment of emotional literacy, because what it's telling us is that we have to be on our guard, and one of the things you must have been exposed to in this session is that a part of emotional intelligence is emotional self-control. And it has nothing to do with what the other persons do. It has everything to do with how you process what it is that you are experiencing. Covey says, between stimulus and response, there lies a space. Within that space, between stimulus and response, lies our ability to choose. To choose what, my sisters and brothers? To choose our response. And a lot of times, talk about knee-jerk reaction, and we react. You're driving on the road, somebody comes from the far right lane all the way over to the extreme left lane in a 4-lane thing, and you start cuss. The moment you start doing that, you start sending some poisons into your bloodstream. It starts bending your energy out of shape. That beautiful, sweet spirit that you were coming down the road with, it now disappears in the presence of your response to that bad driver. Yeah, idiot. Yeah, idiot. Because the moment we allow the external stimuli to bend us out of shape, we lose emotional self-control. You agree? To them, me drive up. Me a work on myself. Me a come down with all of the nice energy that me want to step into this room with. From last week or the week before, me say, I don't have any space out of front for me to park when I come. Come in, no Pegasus. Yeah? And I was so, of course, your space is right out front. So I say, yeah, man. It's a good thing me come with a little time to spare. When me go, me name no depend the list. Me say, look again, man. Maybe them put the last name before the first name. Him look. Me say, look for the first name and see. Me name no did it. So me drive all the way up the top. Then not a parking space now up there. So you know, so we start been out of shape, not you? You would have been out of shape too. And then I have to talk to myself and say, and zombie, take a deep breath. Come back. Demonstrate emotional intelligence and emotional self-control, because the only person it affects is yourself. Don't do that. Yes? And so when Charmian came out to sort it out and I got a parking space and I come out of the car, I could genuinely hug her with no issues and no rancor and no nothing. Because guess who get the lines on the face if I should allow myself to be bent out of shape? Who? Between stimulus and response, there lies a space. Within that space lies our ability to choose our response. So let us choose positive responses to negative stimuli. Make sense? Some practical things, because some of the things that we do, we're not even aware of it. Communication is one of the most important aspects of our relationship with each other. Not true? And we communicate through our body language, we communicate through our tone of voice, and we communicate through our words. I was shocked to recognize that body language, our facial expression, our eye contact, and our posture, 55% of our communication. Enough of we are not aware of our facial expression. Because, say, if you were aware of it when you go into the bathroom and you look in the mirror, you wouldn't fix your face so quick. Many of us, as we look in the mirror, we fix our face because, and that's the face that other people have been looking at. We have a way in organization, and this is a big part of our emotional intelligence. When somebody says something, see we here? And many of us are not even aware that we have done that. It communicates some very negative things to the person who is speaking. So let us have accountability partners to call it when it is seen. When you behave emotionally illiterate in a meeting with your facial expression, somebody must draw you aside and say, how come you were so rude? Me? After me never do nothing. You understand? We're going to have to practice it because this is where the rubber hits the road. People talking to you and you're looking all sort of. I mean, and we not call it people inside of meetings, right? And this is a meeting in the organization, and that's. And then not only that, after them done, them say, them lucky. I don't know how we keep our jobs with those kinds of attitudes. Yeah? Tone of voice is 38%, you know? 38%. When you add 38 to 55, how much you get? So words is only the balance. Words only the balance, you know? So when you are speaking to someone, the body language, the tone of voice distracts from the words, even if the words are supposed to be communicating a positive message. So let us look at some emotionally illiterate behaviors. Yelling. How many of you yell? You picnic them, your husband, your wife, your workers, your staff members. On no two line, no phone, no yell. Yeah? Me not do that no more. But I used to be a yeller. Yeah? And the person that the yell affected was me. Whole heap of toxins inside of my bloodstream. Showing up late is an emotionally illiterate behavior. Enough of we do that at work. We run into the meeting and say, oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, and all of those kind of stuff. And you do it habitually. The other thing is keeping people waiting. You have people come to you for a meeting, and because of your power level, you keep them waiting, and you come out and you not even say, excuse me, I do apologize, I'm so sorry. So we play these power games. The way we treat waiters and helpers and servers, receptionists and support staff, disrespect. That's not good. Those are emotional behaviors. And so I'm going to ask you to just pay attention, have your accountability partners pay attention also, and help you to come up on the emotional intelligence learning curve. I know so when you get up there, you can easily fall down. You understand? You can easily fall down. AI is the engine of possibility. They say AI don't have no heart, AI don't have any compassion, it needs people and all those kind of stuff. But the thing is, folks, AI is our insights at scale. You know, it helped me for some of the heavy lifting in my work. It is unbelievable. That's why I look so light and so fresh. Like no stress, because AI take a lot of my stress off me. Before AI, I used to go to my bed and I used to stress about a report. I used to stress about a proposal. I used to stress about a speech. I used to stress about a letter. Nowadays, conceptualize, know what it is that I want it to do, and me ask them. And for those of you who don't know, and me ask them, it means, and I ask. Yeah? And when I get what I get, I am not completely satisfied. I dive a little deeper, so you dive a little deeper. Yeah? And I get a little bit more, and then I push it a little further and get what I want. Augmented decision making, personalized solution, reimagining productivity and creativity. It is unbelievable. How many of you really use it in a meaningful way to take off a lot of the heavy lifting off you? Yeah, man. And for those of you who are not, I am recommending to you that you get on board quick. You know, some people have a way, the old people, we're not tech savvy. That's foolishness. Me, I'm 73 years old. Yeah, I'm not getting more deeper and deeper to the technology, right? Leslie, God, Leslie by my side, he's not going to allow me to go any place. So when AI meets AI, you know, you have the humanity plus the intelligence that they delivers, and you get future readiness. How many of you want to be ready for the big time? Ready for the big time, I'm telling you. And you don't wait on your organization, you know, don't wait on your boss, you know, don't wait on the government, you know, don't wait on anything else, you know, because guess what? At the end of the day, you cannot use that as excuse for not being future ready. Yep. Or you are ready for it, you need to prepare yourself. From when I decided to sign up with John Maxwell to become a certified John Maxwell speaker, coach, and trainer, you know, from when I'm doing change management and decided that I wanted to be a certified change management professional, long time, you know, but I was preparing then for now. And I did the certifications, all of them certifications that you're talking about. Certification is a way of the future, my brothers and sisters. Anywhere in the world that this name and some big judge is with my pretty picture, and it has all of those credentials, them know what I bring to the table because of the certification. To many of you in here that God has been saying you go get certified in a this, and you say me ago. Wanna stop being me ago and do it so that you can be future ready. Okay? Tech without empathy is dangerous. Empathy without tech, as Leslie would have told you, may be insufficient. But together they build resilient, agile, human-centered system. So they say, hey, I don't have no heart. I don't have no compassion. I don't have none of those things. My sister-in-law is our grandfather. I want to write something to her, but it'll take long and the words now come together. So I just go to ChatGPT and I say, write one inspiring, encouraging something to Camille Famina because she loses her grandfather and is him raise her and all of those kind of stuff. And this is what I got in less than, how much seconds, Leslie? That now work? Is it working better? It is? Yeah. In a few seconds, and this is what I get, and this is unedited. Dear Camille, I am so sorry for your loss. I know how deeply your grandfather meant to you, not just as a grandparent, but as someone who lovingly stood by your side and cared for you over the years. The bond you shared was truly special. Excuse me. And I can only imagine the pain of losing someone who was such a steady, loving presence in your life. Please remember that you're not alone. Grief is heavy, but so is the love that surrounds you. Take all the time you need to mourn, to remember, and to heal. And hold close the memories. They are treasures that can never be taken from you. Your grandfather's love helped shape the strong, kind person you are today. His legacy lives on in you, in your strength, your compassion, and your heart. I'm here for you always with love and deepest sympathy. You know, see compassion in that? You know, see heart in that? You know, see connection in that? You know, feel the love and the hug up in that? And I did not edit it. You understand? So we can use it in so many different ways to help us to do the heavy lifting. Because this would have taken me long to write. True. Long to write this way. And how many seconds it comes through? Half a second. As long as it took me to scroll down and read it. So I'm finishing up now. So we're going from vision to action. So cultivate EI at all levels in your organization and in your life. Embrace AI with ethical frameworks, foster adaptive cultures, keep learning, unlearning, and relearning, and lead with purpose, not fear. I was doing some training for some leaders in an organization. 2 days of training, you know. The first day them come in. And these are very accomplished people. Come in here, morning. Everybody say morning when them come in except once, Monday. Yeah? But the morning was morning. So me say, are you wishing good morning or you're just morning? Oh, it's a habit. But that's a bad habit. So because me grow up in Jamaica and me learn good morning, right? When you tell people morning time, good morning. Whoever it is, you wake up in your house, in the organization. Let me tell you, organization ethos, no nice, you know, enough of them, no nice. We can change that, ladies and gentlemen, with our emotional intelligence. So tomorrow morning, if you are accustomed, tomorrow, Thursday, yeah, go work. If you're accustomed to going to work and walking in and saying, morning, nothing at all, change it and give them a bright good morning. Good morning. Bring an energy in, an energy that makes it seem as if you are grateful to be alive. Today is a wonderful day. Thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to be on planet Earth in such a way that I can help others. The first thing you can do as a man in a morning time in a good way so that people's spirit lift, you know. You don't know what people carry into the organization. Do the first thing in your yard. Everybody that you see in your house when you wake up, good morning. Yeah? And call them name. Call their names. EI is not something you intellectually know. EI is something that we practice on a day-to-day basis. And some of us are very dry in terms of our energy. So one of the things that I would like to suggest is that, first of all, we have a mindset shift to life and to work and people. And we have, because the shift is what people respond to. People don't care how much you know. People don't care what your status is and how much money you have in the bank and all of those kind of stuff. A lot of us are living on our status. Live from the energy. Live from the energy you give people so that you can end That's emotional intelligence, my sisters and my brothers. Lead with purpose. You want people to remember you because of your energy. So with that mindset shift, with that energy shift, guess what we get? Performance shift. The performance shift not come without all of those other things. And if it comes, it's not sustainable. So, my final charge, you and I are the map makers. Many years ago, over 10 years ago, I was doing some work at Statin. And I learned the word cartography. Big woman, you know, never know that word cartography. Wrap it up. Yeah? So, cartography is the art of making maps, for those of you who didn't know. And so we are cartographers, charting our future. And Peter Drucker said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. So let's chart path with emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence. And next year, if them invite me back, I am going to present on spiritual intelligence. Because that is the highest form of intelligence. From 2009, I did my dissertation on how leaders develop spiritual intelligence and how they use it for greater effectiveness. I say, I want 2029. I don't want 2029 come before I start speaking on the global stage on spiritual intelligence and the power of spiritual intelligence. Yes. So, my sisters and my brothers, it is such an honor and a privilege to serve you in a way that I love to do. So thank you. Our journey continues. Let's go. Things in love.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't think of a better way to round out this conference. Put your hands together once for Dr. Nsambi Jaja. And I'm certain that there is a little something for her. Yes, this is the way we do it up in here. Richard Rowe is coming to make that presentation to Dr. Nsambi Jaja. She has given us a charge. Be your own cartographer.
Yes.
Map your own path.
Yes. Look at you, my brother. Oh my God. Richard, I love you.
You want that on microphone? Tell him again.
Richard, I love you. I have been telling these people for years, I don't want any more things. How many of you tired of getting things and cluttering up your house with things? Me don't want no more things. I go take it still, you know, but I tell her no, don't give me no more things.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know after all of that, there's very little I need to say. This is my mentor. This is a lady who has helped to push me. Shob. Yeah. Shob is perhaps the better word. And today I am so happy that she has been a part of my life and a part of this journey. There is one other person like her in the person of Ilse Duvernay. And we soon talk about Ilse in a moment, but it's your time. We want to thank you for always delivering the best presentation at the end of our conference. We are truly grateful. We are honored to have had you. and we are saying thank you. Me know she gonna give you the gift, you know, but I feel one. You can do anything you want to do with it. But thank you so very much, Nsambi.
My pleasure. My pleasure. I wish it was money so I could give it back to Carry Code. Blessings. Yeah.
Thank you, Richard. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nsambi Jaja, put your hands together for her once again and for her able assistant, Leslie Lee Fook. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that many of you have been getting your little massages at the back. But I think some of you did not share the information, and I got mad and I didn't share. So I'm trying to correct that now. Make sure that you visit Spa Blue. They don't have a lot of time to do any massages back there now. However, they have a full suite of services. And please make sure you find out about those services before we get out of here. It's all about self-care elevated. I'm ahead of you, Richard. All right, so Care Elevated, and they say at Spa Blue they're dedicated to promoting well-being. Prompting is right, because we have to prompt people to take care of themselves. But they are dedicated to promoting well-being and self-care through their exceptional spa service. I had a little bit of taste of it earlier, and I'm sure I'm going to go back for full treatment. Can't get out of here without their business. And so just want to say a big thank you to our partners and sponsors, JPS 101, National Housing Trust, yes, Sandals, Island Car Rentals, 2020 Innovation, Heart NSTA Trust, the Jamaica Customer Service Association, the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, Unicoma Group, Royal Computers, InfoServe, Pat Backland Associates, Strategy Associates Incorporated, and The Gleaner. By the way, did you see the article in today's Gleaner? We made the papers today. Yes. Really lovely article. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite to join me on stage Mrs. Ilsa Duvernay. Put your hands together for her as she comes. I'm sure there are some of you who want to learn about the OD course, and so she's joining us to give us that information. Put your hands together. This is the power behind what we have experienced in this place today, yesterday. So please put your hands together for me. Why no? Please put your hands together for Ilsa Duvernay.
2 days, folks. How do you feel about the 2 days? Okay. Well, I had myself quite a time, so I'm feeling pretty good about the 2 days. And I'd like to really thank all of us who are here and those presenters who came and gave us such fantastic presentations. So really do appreciate that. And then I think we had such a great finale in Nsambi's presentation, which took us there. But I was asked to share with you a little bit about what Carry Code is doing. And, you know, I would say it's over 25 years ago, a small group of us we undertook a master's program through the University of Cincinnati. The universities overseas just started to come to Jamaica, and we did this course along with NTL, which is the National Training Laboratories, the Institute for Behavioral Sciences. Having done that program, I don't think they were here all along, but I don't think I see them here now. Dr. Jeanette Bartlett-Bryan, who is now with UTEC, as their distance learning associate director, and Mrs. Charmaine Heslop de Costa, who is with JPS as a senior vice president. And we were in this course, we had a vision as to where we wanted to go. We were asked to develop our vision statement. And that statement had that we would use our personal power to create a whole new world. This was an OD program, which we did at the time. The group of us, it was a small group of about 9 persons. We stuck together over these years. And as a result, Spirit led me to really develop a program in OD, Organization Development, and having done that, we offered it to Jamaica in collaboration with an overseas associate. Now, that program has been running now for over 2 decades, roughly going close to 2 decades now. But recently, I would say just before COVID, we joined up with the University of Technology, and the course is now being offered in collaboration with the University of Technology. It is CARICODE's course, but it's offered in collaboration. So the certificates are joint. We have both CARICODE and UTech on these certificates. Do I have any graduates of that program here with us this afternoon? Would you stand, please, so we can see you? And would you give them a round of applause? We call them the professionals in OD. It's a professional certificate in organization development. And our school, which we proudly speak to the school that we are from, it's the Kurt Lewin School, which is, many of you may know Kurt Lewin in the 50s. He did a lot of research. He was German, but he is in America. And he worked with groups, small groups. So we call ourselves organization development, and we use that to differentiate our school, as it were. So we know those persons who may not have studied in OD as organization development. So when we hear organizational development, we say, oh, that's not one of us as such, but you are one of us because it's one and the same study. It's just a school. You know, like how the KC people are the Georges people or the whatever, proud of their school. So this is a program which is offered. We actually developed it, the OD certified consultant, which we want to be offering to you. If it doesn't happen this year, then God willing, next year. So that is the advanced program. But I'd also want to say that Lean Six Sigma, which you heard Frank Vole speak this morning of, where we speak to productivity, efficiency, and ensuring that we are ready to meet Vision 2030. That is also offered with innovation, of course. And so these are some of the things that we do. So we're really inviting you to join up, those who haven't joined, and to recognize that university and technology are here with us to offer to you and to strengthen this whole area that we're offering. So please, 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 if you haven't yet joined Ian's association, the OD, the COD, I'm losing it, right, the network, right, we're inviting you to do so. So basically that is it. I don't know if I've covered everything. It's the duration, 74 to 72 hours over 4 months, roughly, for that program. Is that it, Colin? Okay, I got his approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much. Don't leave Aunt Ilse. Please just have a seat up here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, lots and lots of things for us to get through in the minutes that we have left in here, exactly 15 minutes. I know the band is sharpening up to take us out of here with music, but there is someone special that I want to say. Kadisha, where are you? Powell? Are you in the room? I'm not seeing the hand. I don't have on my glasses. Or stand for me, please, because since I can't see hand. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Khadijah. Is she in the room? So may I waste me happy birthday? So why you don't stand up? Oh, she's not in the room. Drama. Call her there for me. All right. We're going to do this again. Just pretend I didn't do that a while ago. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, just a few more things to do before we have to get out of here. So, have you ever heard about Winner City? All right. So, Winner City was born out of a desire to change the negative stigma associated with names such as Inner City, Ghetto, and Garrison. In every community, winners abound, they say, and they're waiting on opportunities to shine. And Winner City is providing those kinds of opportunities, born out of a desire to empower people to know their value and purpose and to build their self-esteem. And Winner City, they want you to know they're not aligned with any political organization, but and the microphone is deciding that it doesn't like me right now. Development organization that is committed to help Jamaican citizens identify their God-given talents and use them to the best of their ability. Now, they have been attending these organization development conferences. This is a community group that I'm talking about. A significant amount of work being done in inner city communities. And so I'm going to invite Mr. Ebanks and Ms. Griffiths to come forward and just say a few words. Come. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. I am elated, I'm excited, I am empowered, we are ready for the road. We have a lot to give to the winners. We are empowering inner cities to become winner cities. I'm here with Mr. Griffiths, our latest addition in terms of millennial will be taking us to a level that we never think of. So we had to bring her here to be a part of this. They said, good things come in small packages, so I'm just going to ask Ms. Griffiths to just do one little thing to read this to this great woman of God, great lady. Could you, Miss Pronunciation, your name again? Yes, if you could stand up. Yeah. Okay. So.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm not so privy to the stage, but I'm getting my practice. Anyways, on behalf of Winner City, we would like to dedicate this token of thanks and appreciation. You're looking so lovely today. And I quote, you may be proud of the work you do and the person you are and the difference you make. So this is a vote of thanks for us. And we appreciate you. You know, as we implement the AI and EI, it is truly an honor to listen to the speakers today and implement the drive because it's necessary and needed. And I just want to tell you all thanks.
And we also would like to give her whatever one of you wish for her. It says protection. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment shall be condemned. This is the heritage of the servant of the Lord, and their righteousness is from me, saith the Lord. It's all yours. You got the first one.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Banks. And
last but not least, we have a few glasses for your team. Okay?
Nice. Nice. Now, speaking of team, may I invite Audley Vaughan, Richard Rowe, Dr. Stern to make their way to the stage. Put your hands together for them when they come. Thank you, Mr. Banks. Thank you, Ms. Griffiths. All right. To whom am I to hand this microphone? You're welcome, Richard.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to this part of the program where we really need to say thanks. Now, how do I start? First of all, Ilse Duvernay has been a part of my life for 21 years now. And I remembered how she, at a conference, pointed her finger at me and said, we want you to be a part of us. And that journey began on the spot at the end of a Jamaica Customer Service Association conference. She has been performing a very special role in my life since. And I know this has been true for the many other lives that she has touched. And somebody put up her hand. Today, we want to say thanks to Ilse Duvernay in a special way. I'm going to invite Dr. Stern to come, and she's going to say a few words. And then she'll be handing over the mic to another person who will say a few words. But folks, you see that team there around there, so? No, not the band. That team here, on the stage. Please come this way, folks. This team has been a very special team of persons working to make this conference possible. And I want to say thanks to every one of them who have come on board and has made this possible. Steph? Doc? Yes, please come, Doc. And the other Doc is coming as well. Where's Cheryl? Cheryl? Oh, please. Dr. Stern. By the way, Jeanette is now here. You remember she spoke about Dr. Jeanette? She's now here.
I'm speaking to you. I'm speaking to you. Mrs. Duvernay, I always call you Mrs. Duvernay because it's hard for me to switch to Ilsa after I reported to you over 30 years ago. We started out very young. So I have quite a number of fond memories of you. I remember when I wanted to get into HR and my legal team decided that they could not do without me. And they turned on every opportunities for transfer to HR. And when you wanted me to come over and I told you legal would not transfer me, you said, this is HR and we know what to do. So working with you that time was such a pleasure, guys. When we had to work late, she would send out to buy ice cream for me. Monday mornings when I get to the office, she would write little notes, happy Monday morning. In those days, persons were saying female bosses were the worst. I had one of the best female bosses, and I stayed with her throughout the years, stayed with you throughout the years because I appreciate you. You bring so much to the table. You're so unselfish. You're always looking out for people. You pulled me out of my comfort zone. Mrs. Duvernay, you will call me and you will say, Stephanie, I have something for you to do. This is what it is. Talk to you later. Bye. And because of that, I had to step up to the plate. I am here today because I stepped up to the challenge when she called and said, you need to be on this professional certificate program with UTech. She called, she said, you're going to be one of the directors. She called and said, you're going to be on the board. Mrs. Duvernay spots talents. And I'm so glad, I am so glad that because of you in my life, I am where I am today. I love you to the moon and back. And I want to give you roses when you are alive.
Fraternal greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and our distinguished presenters and guests. Do you really know who Ilse de Verney is? Ilse de Verney is a person that doesn't take things lying down, so to speak. She has been responsible for forming at least 5 organizations that I know of. I'm not sure they aren't anymore. But Ilse has been in HR for a long time, but she was dissatisfied with the term HRM, Human Resource Management. So she worked assiduously to have that change to HRD, Human Resource Development. And when she left the corporate world, she formed a company called Productivity Plus, which was an HR company. And that went on for quite some years. Then, still not satisfied, she expanded her horizon and morphed into organization development. And so she formed CARICODE, which is the Caribbean Center for Organization Development Excellence. But those are business propositions. And she doesn't take things lying down, as I said. So, to promote HR, she formed an organization called JATAD, Jamaica Association for Training and Development, right? And that alone did not satisfy her. So, one day while training, that was what was the National Housing Corporation. They were in a state of, I don't know what to say, but disarray. They were like Trump-like, if you know what I mean. And they were suffering from change fatigue, political disruption because the minister was in hot water, and also they had a project, I'm told not to say in the inner city, right? But within walking distance, and they were in Crossroads, within walking distance of their office. And as you know, construction projects are fraught with delays. So some of the behavior of those people in the office was not very good, and that depresses the staff. Anyway, they said, another training again. How much are this we're going to get? Anyway, Ilse worked her magic, and the next thing we knew, we had a satisfied cadre of trained people. And at the end, one of the most resistant, one of them said, we can't make this leave just so. We have to do something about it. Now you don't give Ilse that kind of challenge. You know. So the next thing we knew was that an organization called the Jamaica Customer Service Association was formed. But there was one thing else I should tell you to make up the 5. Ilse started her march, like I said, right? And that, she started JATAD, right? And it's morphed into her march. And I was very happy to see the president of her march here with us, right? So that's a 5, is it? Oh, no. Having gone into OD, she again was energized. And the next thing we knew is that there was CODN, which is a network of OD professionals to advance new knowledge in OD and to keep up professional standards. So this is our most dynamic and comprehensive person. And I invite you to stand and give her a magnificent round of applause. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have something special for you, Ilsa. Yes. From CARICODE CODN, special award presented to Ilsa Duvernay for selfless sacrifices promoting excellence in human development in Jamaica and the Caribbean region.
Oh, yes.
Thank you very, very much, folks. I don't know what last year I was embarrassed up here because I had moved to tears, and I won't do that this year. So I just say thank you very, very, very much. I mean, I have a fantastic team. I couldn't do anything alone. But what this is saying to me, though, today is that it's very important at this time that my team that is here takes this on. So I'm so very happy that you have given me this recognition, and I'd like you to know that the baton has been passed. Okay? Uno better know.
Thank you. This is the president, folks, of CODN, the network. And I know we can't finish without him saying a few words, including just saying thanks to all UNO as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Richard. And of course, I met Lady Ilsa over a decade ago in Florida when I attended a conference, and it has been, the journey has been awesome since. I've learned a lot from you, Lady Ilsa, and I am truly honored to be a part of your life. And, you know, I will continue to learn from you. And so on behalf of the organization that you found, CODN, we tell you we love you, we appreciate you, and we are waiting for the next level. Enough love, Lady Ilsa, and blessings. And so it is indeed opportune for me at this time to say to every single person here a massive thank you for being here. This could not have been possible without you. And so on behalf of the CARICODE and the CODN team, we say thank you very much. Walk good. Enough love. Enough blessings. And hey, see you next year. All right.
Just one more thing before we get out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, the evaluation forms are going to be on the website. So please go there and make sure that you fill out those evaluation forms. To take us out of here, the Sparrow Martin Ska Sonic Band. By the way, we're going to have to get out of here in fast fashion, and also make sure that when you're going out, you just have a little something at the door before you get out of here. See you next year. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're leaving, visit the Winner City table and support their flag drive. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't get a bag, collect one at the door before you leave.